Chapter 605. Within the captain's room of the Blue Lightning Sea Sky ship, Zhao Feng's expression was weak as he sat cross-legged. He didn't immediately block his eye bloodline. For some reason, Zhao Feng's god spiritual eye felt as if it was being spied on by an untouchable power. Zhao Feng didn't know what it was, but he was sure it was real. What kind of power is that? It's not physical or soul-based. It doesn't seem to have any killing power, but it's stronger than any other power in the world. Zhao Feng's eyebrows furrowed. Pum, pum. Under close inspection, the god's spiritual eye's reaction became clearer and stronger. Furthermore, this feeling was both familiar and foreign. He had a similar feeling when he was facing the Eye of Death. Could it be another bloodline descendant of the 8 great god eyes? Zhao Feng's eyes twinkled. As a descendant of the 8 great god eyes, Zhao Feng had only clashed with the power of the Eye of Death. As for Grandmaster Yin Kong, although he possessed space eye intent, he was not a bloodline descendant of the space-time god eye. Shua! Zhao Feng circulated his bloodline power and blocked the god's spiritual eye. However, the mysterious power that interfered with his probing did not disappear. Due to the god's spiritual eye's blocking, the feeling was slightly weaker. Meow meow. The little thieving cat sat on Zhao Feng's shoulder and waved its paw. The two of them were so connected that they could understand each other's thoughts with just a glance. You're saying that it's related to the Tao of life. Zhao Feng's heart jumped. From this, he thought of Lu Qinxin's master, the inheritor of the Tao of life. Lu Qinxin's master changed her disciple's fate and made her change her name to Lu Qinxin. If it wasn't for this, Zhao Feng wouldn't have met Lu Qinxin. Although Zhao Feng had caused havoc in the flooding Lake City, he had made City Lord Lu Jiutian break through to the true Lord rank in anger. However, in the end, Lu Qinxin had disappeared in the Outer Realm inheritance, and there had been no news of her until now. Everything pointed to disaster. Fate is a very mysterious thing. It was difficult for Zhao Feng to deal with such an unfathomable power head-on. However, he firmly believed that the stronger one was the stronger one's control over one's own destiny. This was especially true for the god's spiritual eye. As his eye bloodline power became stronger, his control over everything in the world became stronger. The eternal shatter, the primordial gods perish, turning into trillions of dust. Continue the supreme divine power of my eye bloodline, rule the ages and control the ages. The ancient voice echoed in his mind, ruling over 1,000 autumns, controlling the ages. Zhao Feng's heart was suddenly filled with a strong belief and will. Whoosh! His god's spiritual eye opened once more, and the lake surged with an aura that came from the ancient times and looked down on the desolate era. With Zhao Feng as the origin, the will aura permeated time and space, shaking the world. Meanwhile, on the other side of the sea of void, wow! The white-eyed little girl suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, her slender body swaying. Bai Lin, what's wrong? The warm youth went to support her, and his expression changed slightly. A hint of fear appeared in the eyes of the white-eyed little girl. My eyes hurt a bit, and I need to rest for a while. However, Bai Lin has already found a clue to fate. The white-eyed little girl said weakly. A clue to fate? The warm youth's eyes lit up. Spiritual sacred land. After saying those words, the white-eyed little girl fell into a deep sleep. In the limitless ocean, whoosh! The blue sea sky ship passed through the ocean of mist, and lightning flashed across the sky. In the blink of an eye, 2 months passed. Within the blue sea sky ship, everyone's injuries had recovered, and everything had returned to normal. Apart from Lulan Jishui, there was a new member of the blue sea sky ship, Lienya. After escaping death, Lienya decided to join the blue sea sky ship. I was framed by someone from the same sect, and I have no place in the 5 Mountain Island Zone. I've decided to repay Captain for saving my life and work for the Blue Sea Sky ship. Li Yanya's words were still fresh in his mind. Li Yanya was more experienced than Lulan Jishui and company when it came to traveling. In the past 2 months, Li Yanya's addition had improved the Blue Sea Sky ship's flight path and unleashed its maximum potential. He could even repair parts of the ship that were damaged. Therefore, half a month ago, Zhao Feng had appointed Li Yanya as the vice captain. Li Yanya, how much do you know about the Emperor of Death? Zhao Feng asked. Li Yanya thought for a moment before answering. In the entire Ash-Gray Sea and the 3 spiritual zones, every Void God Realm King is a mighty existence at the top of the pyramid. Moreover, there were even fewer virtual gods who could be called Great Emperors. Their status was extraordinary, and their divine powers were unfathomable. Amongst them, the Emperor of Death has the Eye of Death and is one of the strongest emperors. The Void God Realm was split into kings and emperors. 2 levels. Even Li Yanya didn't know the exact difference between the 2 levels. The Emperor of Death has 4 Death Spirit Lords and 36 Death Guards. The 4 Death Spirit Lords are all Void God Realm Kings. Li Yanya said calmly. Zhao Feng's expression became more solemn as he listened. The Death Guard he had met before was only one of the 36 Death Guards under the Emperor of Death. Furthermore, if it wasn't for the fact that the Death Guard wanted to capture Zhao Feng alive, he wouldn't have been defeated. If he just wanted to kill Zhao Feng, it would be several times easier. Luckily, I did meet the 4 Death Spirit Lords. Zhao Feng broke out in cold sweat. If he faced a Void God Realm King, he would have no hope at all. Apparently, the 36 Death Guards are also ranked in order. For example, the 1st Death Guard, the 2nd Death Guard, all the way up to the 36th Death Guard. Li Yanya continued. There was a ranking. Zhao Feng's pupils contracted, and his expression kept changing. What was the ranking of the Death Guard he had defeated among the 36 Death Guards? I can confirm that the Death Guard that Captain defeated wasn't ranked in the top of the 36 Death Guards. This is because the Death Guards that were ranked in the top were mostly half-step Void God realms. The top Death Guards are almost as threatening as a Void God Realm King. Li Yanya said in a rational tone. Hearing that, the pressure in Zhao Feng's heart became stronger. The pursuit of death is too terrifying. No wonder no one had been able to escape from the pursuit of death. Even if they could escape from the Death Guards, they wouldn't be able to escape from the Death Spirit Lords. A small number of targets had reached the Void God Realm and could even escape from the 4 Death Spirit Lords. However, in the end, there was still the Emperor of Death, the Eyes of Death and the Intent of Death. No one in the Tsang Ocean understood it better than the Emperor of Death. Within the captain's room, the pursuit of death. I won't give up. Zhao Feng gritted his teeth. He was chased all the way on tenterhooks, and in such dire straits like a stray dog. Zhao Feng had never experienced such humiliation ever since he stepped onto the path of cultivation. Not only will I escape, but I'll also continue to grow. I will continue to grow, and one day in the future, I will return the humiliation I suffered in the past several times over. The humiliation in Zhao Feng's eyes turned into battle intent. The pressure of being chased by death had also squeezed out his potential along the way. Within the 10,000 Ghost Pearl, Master, my injuries have mostly recovered. From now on, I'll craft a new array flag and try to strengthen the Ghost Corp's cursed array. The Skeletal Division leader's voice sounded. Zhao Feng nodded his head. The Skeletal Division leader and Li Yanya were his left and right arms. Zhao Feng wouldn't be stingy and would give them some of the resources he had. For example, Li Yanya had recently obtained 2 barrels of heart blood essence, and his state of existence had increased dramatically. He wasn't far from the peak small origin core realm. Li Yanya was a once-in-a-thousand-year genius in the 2.5-star 6-ring palace. Zhao Feng also saw his potential. There's only 20 to 30 barrels of heart blood essence left. It's getting less and less effective for me. Zhao Feng soaked in the heart blood essence. Recently, the frequency at which he used the heart blood essence became lower and lower. Over the past 2 months, Zhao Feng had only used 2 barrels. The aura from the ancient dream realm and the heart blood essence made Zhao Feng's state of existence and bloodline slowly reach the peak great origin core realm. Even the aura from the ancient dream realm is getting weaker. Zhao Feng let out a long sigh. He had used all the methods he could think of to increase his strength. Zhao Feng found that the closer he got to the origin core realm, the greater the resistance he felt towards the void god realm. Shua. Zhao Feng closed his eyes and entered the mysterious whirlpool at the center of the lake. Ancient dream realm. Zhao Feng once more found himself in this ancient and desolate land. In an instant, Zhao Feng's body and soul were facing a boundless pressure. Everything in his field of vision was primal and desolate. Absorb. Zhao Feng stood in the ancient dream realm and absorbed the aura from the ancient dream realm. As he entered the ancient dream realm again and again, Zhao Feng became more and more familiar with absorbing the aura from the ancient dream realm. Up until now, his body and source of true spirit had absorbed a lot of the aura from the ancient dream realm. Zhao Feng's state of existence had already surpassed the limits of humans. If he didn't hide it, his every action and breath would radiate the aura of an ancient beast. With just my physical strength, I can kill a half-step origin core realm demonic beast with 1 punch. Zhao Feng felt the enormous potential within his bloodline. Within his dantian, Zhao Feng's source of true spirit was as sticky as porridge, and it was replaced by a faint purple half-step true yuan. This half-step true yuan was formed from the purple destruction wind lightning, and it radiated an aura of destruction that was even more terrifying. Just a bit more, and I'll be able to break through to the origin core realm. Zhao Feng found that he could control his body's cultivation even in the ancient dream realm. Furthermore, that kind of cultivation effect, as well as the comprehension of states, was many times better than in the real world. The only downside was that the amount of time Zhao Feng could stay in the ancient dream realm was very short. A few dozen breaths later, Zhao Feng couldn't hold on any longer, and blood leaked out of his mouth as he exited the ancient dream realm. 52 breaths. Zhao Feng revealed a smile. He was getting closer and closer to his goal of 100 breaths. Time was of the essence. Zhao Feng quickly absorbed the aura from the ancient dream realm within his body. My bloodline's strengthening has slowed down. Why don't I merge some of the ancient dream realm's aura into my soul? A thought suddenly appeared in Zhao Feng's mind. Chapter 606. In the past, the aura of the ancient dream realm was mostly absorbed by Zhao Feng's bloodline. At this moment, a bold idea appeared in Zhao Feng's mind. He let a wisp of the ancient dream realm aura enter his eye bloodline. Zhao Feng's god spiritual eye connected with his soul. A wisp of the ancient dream realm aura entered his eye bloodline through the god spiritual eye. 1. A ripple appeared on the surface of the eye bloodline lake as it quickly absorbed the ancient dream realm aura. Zhao Feng's soul suddenly shook. His soul, which was connected to the god's spiritual eye, also successfully absorbed a wisp of the ancient dream realm aura. It was like a dried plant absorbing water. This feeling was similar to when he first absorbed the ancient dream realm aura. Great! The ancient dream realm aura seems to be beneficial to the soul. Zhao Feng was overjoyed. His bloodline had absorbed a lot of the ancient dream realm aura, so the effect was decreasing. However, his eye bloodline power was different. This was the first time Zhao Feng had let his eye bloodline power absorb the ancient dream realm aura of his own accord. The effect was extremely obvious. An hour later, Zhao Feng's eye bloodline power absorbed the remaining ancient dream realm aura in his body. He carefully sensed the eye bloodline lake's aura became purer. In the soul dimension, Zhao Feng felt that his soul had become even more condensed than it was before. The ancient dream realm aura seems to be able to increase my soul's strength and solidify it. Zhao Feng compared the results. In the next month, every time Zhao Feng entered the ancient dream realm, he would absorb more than half of the ancient dream realm aura into his eye bloodline power. After a few times, Zhao Feng found that his soul power had become more condensed. In the past, Zhao Feng's soul power had become stronger with the help of the wood spirit essence soul. However, it wasn't condensed enough. This was like a fat man with a lot of flesh on his body, but it couldn't beat a muscular man. Now, Zhao Feng was absorbing the ancient dream realm aura to strengthen his soul. Absorbing the ancient dream realm aura has strengthened my soul and deepened my foundation. I wonder what will happen in the future. Zhao Feng relied on his intuition to strengthen and refine his soul. In the short term, this kind of improvement was only reflected in the strength of his senses and the depth of his soul. But what Zhao Feng didn't know was that this instinctive decision would bring unimaginable benefits to his future cultivation. This was a story to be told later, so let's not talk about it for now. At the moment, Zhao Feng's eye bloodline power absorbed the aura of the ancient dream realm. He felt that there were no downsides to it, so he naturally absorbed as much as he could. 2 months later, Zhao Feng's soul power grew stronger and more condensed. In the first few months, his eye bloodline power absorbed the aura from the ancient dream realm, and the effect was great. Unknowingly, Zhao Feng's soul had surpassed the small origin core realm and was comparable to the great origin core realm. Furthermore, Zhao Feng felt that his soul had undergone some indescribable changes. Firstly, his soul was stronger and more condensed than before. Secondly, the aura radiating from his soul was closer to the origin. This was the most obvious effect. Zhao Feng's ability to absorb heaven-earth yuan qi and his comprehension of the purple destruction wind lightning had surpassed the past. Unknowingly, his comprehension of the purple destruction wind lightning sped up. Time passed quickly on the long journey. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. Over this half a year, the blue lightning sea sky ship's journey was extremely smooth. Li Yenya and Lulan Jishui were the 2 vice captains. One was in charge of external affairs, while the other was in charge of internal affairs. Meow meow. The little thieving cat would occasionally jump onto the deck and toss out a few bronze coins, pointing out a new route. Li Yenya and Lulan Jishui didn't dare to disobey the little thieving cat's divination. Within the captain's room, Zhao Feng found that every time the little thieving cat changed its route, the sense of danger from its soul would decrease. The ability to turn misfortune into fortune. This little thieving cat also seems to have a mysterious ability related to the Tao of fate. Zhao Feng said deeply. An hour later, Zhao Feng announced, "Gather at the discussion hall." Within the discussion hall, Zhao Feng, Li Yenya, Lulan Jishui, and the skeletal division leader all appeared. This kind of meeting was extremely rare. Li Yenya and company's gazes landed on Zhao Feng. Being the captain, Zhao Feng's every decision could affect the fates of everyone present. This Zhao Feng's aura is bottomless. I can't see through it at all. The skeletal division leader looked at its master. If it was said that half a year ago, it could still see through Zhao Feng's strength, but now it couldn't see through Zhao Feng at all. However, the aura Zhao Feng gave off gave Li Yenya and the skeletal division leader a sense of pressure. This pressure didn't just come from their state of existence, it also came from their souls. This young captain's soul and state of existence have both surpassed mine. Li Yenya took a light breath and calmed himself down. One had to know that Li Yenya's cultivation was close to the peak small origin core realm, surpassing the skeletal division leader. Master, you seem to have all the requirements to break through to the origin core realm. The skeletal division leader suddenly exclaimed. Break through to the origin core realm? Lulan Jishui's heart shook. This young captain was only in his 20s, but he already had the potential to break through to the origin core realm. That's right. This is one of the reasons why I called you here. Zhao Feng nodded his head and didn't deny it. Until now, his state of existence and body were close to the limits of the Great Origin Core Realm, and his soul power was comparable to the Great Origin Core Realm. In terms of comprehension, his purple destruction wind lightning had reached 40 to 50%. Compared to the 2-star battlefield, Zhao Feng's strength had increased dramatically. At this moment, his cultivation had reached the limits of the half-step origin core realm, and he was only half a step away from becoming a true sovereign. I need to find a safer environment to break through to the origin core realm. There's also something more important. Zhao Feng soon told the reason for his visit. The limitless ocean was extremely unstable, and the heaven-earth yuan qi here was extremely thin. Furthermore, the heaven-earth yuan qi in the limitless ocean wasn't the best place to break through. If something happened while he was in seclusion, it would be extremely disgusting. A safer environment? Only the void ocean spiritual palace. Li Yanyi said without hesitation. The void ocean spiritual palace was a place of peace, and it was also a place to resupply and transfer points. Even 2-star sects wouldn't dare to offend the void ocean spiritual palace. Not bad, not bad. The strength of the cursed ghost corpses have all reached the half-step origin core realm. My cultivation has also reached a bottleneck, and I need some peerless resources. The skeletal division leader was slightly moved. Lulan Jishui nodded her head in agreement. The Void Ocean Spiritual Palace is the safest place to resupply, and the sailors need to resupply as well. Furthermore, the Blue Sea Sky ship needs to be repaired. Everyone agreed to the suggestion, and they were extremely excited. After all, the endless voyage on the Void Sea was extremely dull and boring. Captain, what do you mean by more important? Li Yanyi asked curiously. Breaking through to the origin core realm was only one of the reasons why Zhao Feng wanted to go to the Void Ocean Spiritual Palace. It's about the zone teleportation array, Zhao Feng said solemnly. Zone teleportation array? Li Yanyi thought about it and understood. The destination was the true martial sacred land, and it was extremely far away. At our current speed, we'll need 5 or 6 years to reach the true martial sacred land. That's too long. Zhao Feng said unhurriedly. 5 or 6 years. That doesn't seem that long. The skeletal division leader didn't mind. But what they didn't know was that Zhao Feng was only 22 years old. 5 or 6 years was an extremely long time for him. The skeletal division leader had lived for several hundred years. Every Void Ocean Spiritual Palace has a zone teleportation array that can teleport to other Void Ocean Spiritual Palaces. It's even possible to teleport to the true martial sacred land. However, it's extremely difficult for those who aren't important members of the sacred land to use the zone teleportation array. Li Yanyi knew a bit about this. Zhao Feng obviously knew how difficult it was. Last time in the 1,000 Flowing Island Zone, Zhao Feng had asked for help from the 2 sacred lands. However, Zhang Fan and Qin Yilin didn't want to help Zhao Feng and weren't willing to help him. Li Yanyi, you come from the 2.5-star 6-ring palace. Is there really no way? Zhao Feng didn't believe that there was no way. He definitely wasn't the only one who wanted to go to the true martial sacred land. There's nothing absolute in this world. If a Void God Realm expert appears in the 5 Mountain Island Zone, the Void Ocean Spiritual Palace Lord might be able to make an exception. Li Yanyi answered. Zhao Feng was overjoyed. Coming from a 2.5-star sect, Li Yanyi was more knowledgeable. But now that we're in a new island zone, is there any other way? Zhao Feng's gaze landed on Li Yanyi. If they could use the zone teleportation array, it would greatly reduce Zhao Feng's travel time. At the same time, it would reduce the threat of the pursuit of death. Captain, leave this to me. I'll try it at the next Void Ocean Spiritual Palace. Li Yanyi's eyes twinkled. He agreed to this matter first. Zhao Feng nodded his head. Li Yenya was a talented person. Maybe he really could find a way. Half a month later, the Blue Lightning Sea Sky ship entered a new island zone, the center of the eternally sealed island zone. Captain, we're almost at the Void Ocean Spiritual Palace, Lulan Jishue said. A couple of hours later, a brilliant, glassy blue ball of light appeared in his field of vision, and the nearby misty sea became clear. The outline of a palace appeared within the ball of blue light. Whoosh! The Blue Lightning Sea Sky ship quickly passed through the barrier and arrived in front of the Void Ocean Spiritual Palace. Void Ocean Spiritual Palaces were spread across the limitless ocean. Almost every island zone had one. The Void Ocean Spiritual Palaces were all the same. Zhao Feng put away the Blue Lightning Sea Sky ship, and the vice captain and sailors entered the Void Ocean Spiritual Palace with their Void Ocean tokens. The Void Ocean tokens were used in every Void Ocean Spiritual Palace. After entering the Void Ocean Spiritual Palace, Zhao Feng and company immediately found an inn. Li Yenya, the skeletal division leader, Lulan Jishue, and the sailors all went to this high-class transfer station to trade resources. Li Yenya was responsible for finding out more about the zone teleportation array. The skeletal division leader also needed to deal with the curse of 100 corpse and its own cultivation bottleneck. Lulan Jishue was responsible for the logistics of the ship and buying materials. Zhao Feng, the captain, began to make the final preparations for his breakthrough. Chapter 607. In the Void Ocean Spiritual Palace, Zhao Feng first collected some wind and lightning elemental resources, including some top-tier crystals and a few heaven's spirit treasures. Subsequently, he flipped through some ancient books. As long as one had enough primal crystal stones, they could obtain some information and knowledge from the Void Ocean Spiritual Palace. In fact, Zhao Feng was extremely confident about breaking through to the primal core realm. With the ancient dream realm aura and the heart blood essence, his state of existence had increased several times, and he was close to the limit of the great origin core realm. This meant that the state of existence of most great origin core realms wasn't as strong as Zhao Feng. Moreover, Zhao Feng had come into contact with the state of the primal core realm a long time ago and tried to comprehend it. From Lu Tianyi, the skeletal division leader, and the Iron Blood religion patriarch, to the great origin core realms and even half-step void god realms. In terms of intent, Zhao Feng had already reached the true lord rank. His comprehension had even surpassed normal small origin core realms. This was due to the strengthening of the soul and the strong comprehension and learning ability of the god's spiritual eye. According to the records, the success rate of breaking through to the primal core realm is very low. Many half-step primal core realms have tried many times but failed. After Zhao Feng looked through the ancient books, he found that the difficulty was higher than he had imagined. Breaking through to the primal core realm could be summed up in 4 words. Yuan Qi Dan. As the name suggested, it allowed one's Yuan Qi essence to form an origin core, also known as a core. The core was divided into 2 grades. One was a normal small origin core realm Yuan Dan and a normal core. The crystal cores of the 2 primal core realms had caused his Yuan Dan to undergo a qualitative change, turning it into a crystal. The small origin core realm corresponded to normal cores. The great origin core realm corresponded to the crystallized origin core. From the true spirit realm to the small origin core realm, then to the great origin core realm. No wonder the difference between the small origin core realm and the great origin core realm is so huge. As Zhao Feng comprehended the book, he gained a deeper understanding of the primal core realm. What he needed to do now was to transform Yuan Qi into Dan. Moreover, Zhao Feng had already completed half of this process. The source of energy in his Dantian was pure, half-step true essence. Back when Zhao Feng broke through to the half-step primal core realm, He purposely slowed down and focused on the quality of his half-step quintessence. Furthermore, he infused the purple destruction wind, lightning profound into it. In terms of merging power, Zhao Feng's half-step true yuan was even more profound than some sovereigns. Therefore, the quality and purity of Zhao Feng's half-step veritable essence energy were very high. The wind and lightning profundity it contained was very powerful. Of course, the ancient dream realm aura played a part in this, allowing the purple wind lightning to merge with half-step true yuan closer to the origin. The destructive aura it contained surpassed that of the wind lightning emperor at the same time. Therefore, in reality, Zhao Feng's half-step true yuan wasn't any weaker than the true yuan of some small origin core realms. Of course, power was power, but it was not comparable to Zhao Feng's half-step quintessential essence. Half a day later, began the attack. Zhao Feng had completely grasped the theory and officially began his seclusion. Within his dantian, the source of power was purple and extremely viscous, and it contained half-step true yuan. Zhao Feng sat down and circulated all the essence energy in his body, squeezing out the potential in every corner of his body. Surges of purple liquid could be seen with the naked eye as they gathered toward the source of power in his dantian. This made Zhao Feng jump up in fright. He didn't realize that his body had so much potential. This was all thanks to Zhao Feng's strong state of existence. After merging with the ancient dream realm aura, his potential increased dramatically. Bo! The purple source of power in his dantian was as viscous as porridge, and it absorbed all the life force in his body, becoming stronger and more compressed. Yuan Qi into a pill. This was a slow and difficult process that required a lot of mental energy. Time passed day by day. 10 days later, the purple source of power in his dantian was extremely viscous, and it even showed signs of drying up and solidifying. So fast? Zhao Feng was slightly surprised. According to the records, normal source of true spirit needed 2 months of seclusion before it could solidify. Furthermore, once it couldn't form a core, it would turn into a liquid state, and the energy would cause a backlash that would damage the body. After all, going from the source of true spirit to the core was a huge leap. If it was even a little bit off, it would all go to waste. At this point in time, Zhao Feng's situation was great. It was 4 to 5 times faster than the records. Looks like I'll be able to break through to the origin core realm. Let's see if I can become stronger after breaking through. Zhao Feng's eyes twinkled. When he broke through to the True Lord rank before, his foundation was extremely deep, so he ignored the early stage True Lord rank and reached the early stage True Lord rank. Similarly, this time, Zhao Feng's foundation had surpassed the early stage Small Origin Core Realm. Another 4 to 5 days passed. The center of Zhao Feng's source of true spirit had almost dried up and solidified like muddy water. However, the dried part only took up 1/10 of the total. At this moment, Zhao Feng's source of true spirit had been refined to the extreme. The source of true spirit has solidified. At this rate, it'll all solidify in less than 10 days. Zhao Feng felt that this speed was too fast and too smooth. What was even more shocking was that Zhao Feng felt wisps of true yuan in the solidified area. Complete true yuan. It wasn't half-step true yuan. The core of the source of true spirit had not only solidified, but it was also leaking wisps of pure true yuan. These wisps of true yuan were purple and mysterious carvings that contained Zhao Feng's comprehension of the purple destruction wind lightning. Furthermore, the purple carvings radiated an aura of destruction. True yuan has already appeared. Usually, when trying to break through to the primal core realm, quintessential essence will only appear on the eve of the breakthrough. Zhao Feng was dazed. Everything had happened too fast from when he was in seclusion until now, and had exceeded his understanding. Going too far is as bad as falling short. This speed is simply too fast. Zhao Feng felt uneasy. That's right. A thought suddenly appeared in Zhao Feng's mind. I can slow down the condensation of my half-step true yuan and merge in some of the aura from the ancient dream realm. Slowing down the condensation of yuan qi was the same as slowing down the force of the breakthrough. Normal cultivators wouldn't dare to do this. This was because one had to break through in one go. If they were one step slower, the solidified source of true yuan might start to reverse. However, Zhao Feng obviously didn't need to worry about this problem. He didn't even need to purposely condense it. The core of the source of true yuan would automatically absorb the half-step true yuan from the outside and refine more true yuan. Zhao Feng couldn't stop this. On the other hand, even if Zhao Feng wanted to give up, it would be impossible. If those who failed to break through to the origin core realm knew about this, they would probably cough out blood from anger. Shua. With a thought, Zhao Feng entered the ancient dream realm. Because he was in the process of breaking through, Zhao Feng only planned to stay in the ancient dream realm for a few breaths and absorb some of the aura. However, the instant he entered the ancient dream realm, a grand aura pressed down on his body. This included Zhao Feng's half-step true yuan, which was being condensed and turned into true yuan. This change made Zhao Feng's heart jump. Luckily, the speed of the conversion was only slowed down, and it didn't reverse. Zhao Feng suddenly found that the solidified source of true yuan qi was communicating with the ancient dream realm after entering the ancient dream realm. When breaking through to the origin core realm, one needed to communicate with the source of true yuan qi. Therefore, a powerful intent was the key to breaking through to the origin core realm. I almost forgot that the ancient dream realm and reality aren't on the same level. Zhao Feng couldn't predict what would happen if he broke through here. His source core was connected to the world, and he didn't know what would happen. Zhao Feng suddenly felt the aura of heaven and earth from the ancient dream realm enter his source of true yuan qi. Boom! Zhao Feng's body shook. Although the aura of heaven and earth was extremely thin and wasn't even 1,000th of the absorption speed in the outside world, it made him feel as if Mount Tai was pressing down on him. One had to know, the aura of heaven and earth wasn't the normal aura of the ancient dream realm. It was most likely the heaven-earth yuan qi of the ancient dream realm. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. Zhao Feng's life force and body were under an unimaginable pressure and were being struck by 10,000 bolts of lightning. 3 breaths later, wah! Zhao Feng spat out a mouthful of blood and his consciousness returned to reality. His injuries were extremely light, and it was mainly the side effects of the shock to his senses. Not good. Zhao Feng instinctively inspected the source of true yuan qi. In the end, he discovered that the solidified core in the source of power was being torn apart by the aura of heaven and earth in the ancient dream realm. Zhao Feng's eyebrows furrowed, and his heartbeat sped up. The solidified core had shattered, and the amount of half-step true yuan outside had decreased to 10%. His entire dantian was in a mess, as if it had been destroyed. Zhao Feng even wanted to cry. It was as if he had been beaten back to when he had just broken through to the half-step origin core realm. The source of true yuan qi in his body had decreased to 10%. That was the source of true yuan qi. He couldn't help but regret entering the ancient dream realm when he was breaking through. Zhao Feng took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down as he inspected the source of true yuan qi in his dantian. Something's wrong. This inspection caused Zhao Feng's expression to change. Although the remaining source of power had been reduced by 90%, its quality and purity seemed to have reached a whole new level. The remaining half-step true yuan contained the source of power, and its strength wasn't much different from true yuan. Wang, a wisp of purple wind lightning appeared on Zhao Feng's palm. It wasn't the faint purple it was before, but a pure purple. That strand of violet-colored lightning was in the shape of ripples, and it was deep, refined, and fierce. The markings on its surface were simple and obscure, and it emanated an ancient aura of destruction. How is this possible? Zhao Feng's mouth gaped open in shock. That random wisp of purple destruction wind lightning's aura had reached 80 to 90% mastery of the purple destruction wind lightning. One had to know that his comprehension of the purple destruction wind lightning was only at 40 to 50%. Not only that, the purple destruction wind lightning had absorbed the heaven-earth aura from the ancient dream realm, and had undergone some unknown changes. Chapter 608. Although the core had been shattered and 90% of his power had been reduced, the remaining half-step true yuan within Zhao Feng's body had undergone an unbelievable change. Zhao Feng's mastery of the purple destruction wind lightning had reached 80 to 90%, and the aura of destruction contained within it had increased by several times. Although it's only half-step true yuan, its aura isn't much different from true yuan. Zhao Feng felt the wisp of purple destruction wind lightning in his palm. He could faintly feel that the change in the source of his power wasn't just limited to the previous 2 points. This also involved the change in the source of his power. When I broke through to the origin core realm in the ancient dream realm, I probably absorbed the power of wind lightning there. Zhao Feng's eyes twinkled. He had a weird feeling that although the purple destruction wind lightning he cultivated came from the wind lightning emperor's inheritance. However, after this change, the origin of his wind and lightning energy had undergone some changes that he had not anticipated. Even the wind lightning emperor probably wouldn't have been able to predict what path Zhao Feng's wind lightning cultivation would take. Maybe this was what it meant to be destroyed and rebuilt. Zhao Feng could feel that the source of power within his dantian had been reduced to 10%, but its quality and source seemed to have the effect of changing his body and changing his destiny. Let's start again. Zhao Feng sat down and circulated the energy within his body. There was a large deviation in the previous attack, causing the originally smooth attack to unexpectedly fall short of success at the last moment. Zhao Feng didn't give up and started again. D. The purple source of power within his dantian was like a purple grape, and it contained a terrifying aura as it slowly gathered. It was just gathering. Zhao Feng didn't have the strength to compress this half-step true yuan any further. The quality of the half-step true yuan was extremely condensed, and its power was several times stronger than normal true yuan at the origin core realm. Half a day later, the purple spring was glistening and solidifying at a visible rate. So fast! Zhao Feng was shocked. After the change, the quality and strength of the source of power were too high. The purple destruction wind lightning origin it contained surpassed the original limits of the wind lightning emperor's inheritance. Zhao Feng even suspected that this source of energy was already at the level of quintessence. Once it cooled down, it would automatically solidify. Half a day later, the spring in Zhao Feng's dantian continued to shrink and condense into a solid core the size of a pea. The solid core was shaped like a small pill. It was completely dark purple and suffused with a trace of crystalline luster. The core has been successfully condensed. Zhao Feng was slightly taken aback. Ever since the source of energy had undergone a qualitative change, forming a core seemed to be a piece of cake. Boom! The moment the Dan core was formed, Zhao Feng's profound qi, with the core as the center, opened up a small circle in his body. Meanwhile, in the sky above Zhao Feng's guest room, the wind and lightning formed a huge purple cloud that covered the sky. Terrifying lightning and astral winds enveloped an area of 1 li. The aura of wind and lightning formed a terrifying pressure. The hearts of the guests within the inn trembled uneasily. What a strong power of wind and lightning, and there's a destructive aura to it. Judging from the aura, it should be a new sovereign. Voices of envy, surprise sounded within the inn. The range of the expert that had just broken through to the origin core realm wasn't that big. It was even smaller than when normal sovereigns broke through to the origin core realm. However, the range of the aura was almost comparable to breaking through to the Great Origin Core Realm. If he's breaking through to the Origin Core Realm, this aura isn't normal. There were also some sovereigns within the inn. They had all broken through to the Origin Core Realm before. The aura of such a condensed and terrifying core made some of the veteran supremacies feel uneasy. Within the guest room, Origin Core Realm, did he succeed? It's just that the core I've condensed is much smaller than an ordinary venerable realm cultivator. Zhao Feng murmured. Indeed, the core he condensed was more than half the size of what was recorded in the books. From this aspect, Zhao Feng's cultivation could only be considered to be at the early stages of the small Origin Core Realm. However, from the aura of his true yuan, he was much stronger than the middle stage, small Origin Core Realm. On top of that, Zhao Feng had merged 80 to 90% of the purple destruction wind, lightning intent into his source of power. Therefore, Zhao Feng's aura was blurry. It seemed to be at the early stage, small Origin Core Realm, but also the middle stage, small Origin Core Realm. If I can increase the size of my core, I'll be able to break through to the middle stage, small Origin Core Realm easily. The late stage, small Origin Core Realm won't be far away. Zhao Feng let out a long breath and slowly concealed his aura, because the source of power within his body was extremely pure. Even though Zhao Feng had purposely concealed his true yuan, it didn't leak out at all. Therefore, when he concealed his aura, he could sense that he was only at the early stage, small Origin Core Realm. Congratulations, Master. You've broken through to the Origin Core Realm. Congratulations, Captain. You've broken through to the Origin Core Realm. The skeletal division leader, Lianya, Lulan Jishui, and company had arrived. In some ordinary domains, venerable ones were supreme figures that transcended the secular world. Even in the vast island zone and the boundless void sea, supremacies were at least first-rate experts. They were revered wherever they went. Zhao Feng smiled faintly as he walked out of the room. Many spiritual senses scanned over, and the expressions of the owners changed dramatically. It was obvious that they didn't expect the newly ascended sovereign to be so young. The skeletal division leader, Lianya, and Lulan Jishui all had complicated expressions. The skeletal division leader felt dejected and helpless. Unknowingly, Zhao Feng's cultivation had almost caught up to it. When Zhao Feng was at the half-step Origin Core Realm, he was stronger than it, but now it couldn't see through Zhao Feng at all. Lianya and Lulan Jishui were shocked by Zhao Feng's potential. In terms of talent, both of them were top tier. Lulan Jishui was the prodigy of the 8 Desolate Mountain Zone, similar to Tianhao's status in the Azure Flower Continent. Lianya was a once-in-a-thousand-year genius from the 2.5-star Six-Ring Palace. Probably only a few geniuses from the spiritual sacred land can be compared to him to reach the Origin Core Realm at such a young age. Lianya felt inferior. Zhao Feng's eyes swept over the crowd, taking note of everyone's expressions. He had felt too many similar gazes, but sovereigns weren't simple. However, the sovereign realm was not a small matter. In the Azure Flower Continent, they were the strongest. Even Zhao Feng felt a little proud of this glory. However, thinking about the pursuit of death, the feeling in Zhao Feng's heart disappeared. A while later, within the room, Zhao Feng started to listen to everyone's reports. The array flag for the Ghost Corpse Cursed Array was completed half a year ago. The strength of the Ghost Corpse Cursed Array is close to the half-step Origin Core Realm, and a small number have even reached the half-step Origin Core Realm. The skeletal division leader was the first to speak. The power of the Ghost Corpse Cursed Array had reached a whole new level after spending an ocean's worth of resources. Zhao Feng nodded his head. Once the Ghost Corpse Cursed Array reached the half-step Origin Core Realm and devoured the remnant souls of 100 sovereigns, they would have a huge breakthrough. Furthermore, Zhao Feng also had an idea, which was to merge the ancient Dream Realm aura into the Ghost Corpse Cursed Array. However, he hadn't done anything about it yet. Captain, the Blue Sea Sky ship has been repaired and strengthened. The rest of the crew are steadily becoming stronger in the Void Ocean Spiritual Palace. Lulan Jishue said. The Skeletal Division Leader and Lulan Jishue finished their reports. Finally, everyone's gazes landed on Lianya. Expectation appeared in Zhao Feng's eyes. He had broken through to the Origin Core realm this time, and everyone else's missions had gone smoothly. However, Lianya had a heavy responsibility. Zhao Feng placed the most importance on the zone teleportation array. It wasn't any less important than breaking through to the Origin Core realm. Captain, the Void Ocean Spiritual Palace is located in the eternally sealed island zone. According to the information I obtained from trading in the Spirit Palace, the Void Ocean Spirit Palace here also has a great region teleportation formation that can connect to the Void Ocean Spirit Palaces in the dozens of nearby island regions. Lianya smiled and said, the Myriad News Tower was a place within the Void Ocean Spiritual Palace that sold information. As long as one had enough primal crystal stones, there wasn't much information that couldn't be found in the 1,000 News Tower. As I thought, there's a zone teleportation array in the Void Ocean Spiritual Palace. Zhao Feng continued to look at Lianya. A zone teleportation array could usually cross at least one island zone. Even some 2-star sects didn't have such a method. A super-large zone teleportation array could even cross the boundaries of the spiritual zone. It's the same as the other Void Ocean Spiritual Palaces. The Void Ocean Spiritual Palace in the eternally sealed islands zone is managed by the Void Ocean Palace Lord. If you want to use the zone teleportation array, you usually need the permission of the eternally sealed Void Ocean Palace Lord. Lianya paused. Eternally sealed Void Ocean Palace Lord. Void Ocean Spiritual Palaces were scattered across the limitless ocean, and they were set up in almost every island zone. The eternally sealed islands, zones, Void Ocean Palace Lord was the eternally sealed Palace Lord. Is there any way to move the eternally sealed Palace Lord and give us a chance to use the zone teleportation array? Zhao Feng said in a solemn tone. He knew that the Void Ocean Spiritual Palace's zone teleportation array wouldn't be open to anyone outside of the spiritual sacred land. That's right. The only way was to use some method to move the eternally sealed Palace Master. Only he has the right to make an exception for us, Lianya said. Over the past few days, Lianya had heard a lot about the eternally sealed Palace Lord's personality. The eternally sealed Palace Lord's cultivation has reached the half-step Void God realm. As a Palace Lord, his wealth isn't any weaker than some Void God realm kings. Therefore, it was almost impossible to move him in terms of rare treasures and weapons. His battle power is also close to the Void God realm, and no one can threaten him. Lianya said in a solemn tone. Hearing that, Zhao Feng's eyebrows furrowed. The eternally sealed Palace Lord's strength, status, and wealth had all reached an extreme. There didn't seem to be anything that could move him. Luckily, I found a breakthrough point. The eternally sealed Palace Lord also has his hobbies. Lianya chuckled again. Oh, a breakthrough point? Zhao Feng was slightly interested. Lianya's abilities were indeed extraordinary. But before that, I want to spar with the captain. Lianya's tone changed. Spar with me? Zhao Feng paused. Lulan Jishue and company were also surprised. I want to know the captain's strength in order to deal with the eternally sealed Palace Lord. Of course. I can't deny that I'm interested in the captain's strength. Chapter 609. Lianya, was he going to challenge the captain? The Skeletal Division Leader, Lulan Jishue, and company revealed expressions of interest. Zhao Feng was the captain of the Blue Lightning Sea Sky ship, but he didn't seem to have sparred with the crew. On top of that, Zhao Feng had just broken through to the Origin Core realm, and his aura was almost comparable to the Great Origin Core realm. Sure. Zhao Feng nodded his head. He had just reached the Origin Core realm, so he didn't know how strong he was. Furthermore, Li Yanya's challenge was related to the eternally sealed palace, Lord's Breakthrough. A while later, the group walked into a martial arts field within the inn. The inn in the Void Ocean spiritual palace was obviously different from the ones in the mortal world. The inn here was set up by the officials, and it was filled with experts from different areas. It was as big as a castle. The martial arts field within the inn wasn't simple either. For example, the martial arts field in front of them was several acres wide, and there was a powerful array suppressing it. Hide the battle. Li Yanya ordered the waiter next to him. Shua. The waiter smiled faintly and waved the array flag in his hand, covering the entire martial arts field in a faint black light. This way, no one outside the martial arts field could watch unless they had the divine sense of a void god realm. Zhao Feng couldn't help but wonder why Li Yanya was hiding the battle. Was it related to the eternally sealed palace lord? Within the array of the martial arts field, Zhao Feng and Li Yanya faced each other. Only the skeletal division leader and Lulan Jishui were outside the array. Captain Strength was already terrifying before he reached the Origin Core realm, and his eye bloodline even killed a great Origin Core realm sovereign lord. Lulan Jishui thought. From their point of view, Li Yanya wasn't his match. Captain, don't use your eye bloodline this time. Li Yanya made a request. Don't use his eye bloodline? The crowd was slightly startled. This Li Yanya is pretty cunning. Lulan Jishui thought. However, when Li Yanya made this request, he didn't blush, nor did his heart skip a beat. He obviously knew that if Zhao Feng used his eye bloodline, he would have no chance at all. Hee, I don't know how to use my eye bloodline, but I also have a proposal. Zhao Feng smiled. Li Yanya was startled. Could it be that the captain wanted to place some restrictions on him? At this moment, it's not challenging to fight you alone. How about the two of you come at me together? Zhao Feng's gaze then moved onto the skeletal division leader. Two at the same time? Li Yanya and the skeletal division leader were both shocked. 1 versus 2 without using his eye bloodline. Lulan Jishui widened her eyes. When they first entered the limitless ocean, Zhao Feng relied on the skeletal division leader. At the very beginning, when Zhao Feng didn't use his eye bloodline, he wasn't as strong as the skeletal division leader at first, but he gradually caught up. TSK Master, you want to fight the two of us alone? Isn't that a little too arrogant? The skeletal division leader confidently walked into the array. In an instant, the auras of two late-stage, small origin core realms filled the array. Neither the skeletal division leader nor Li Yanya could be compared to normal late-stage, small origin core realms. The skeletal division leader's mastery of the ghost bone body was extraordinary, and after merging with the 9 deadly Een bone, it was unparalleled against those below the great origin core realm. On the other hand, Li Yanya's cultivation was close to the peak small origin core realm. Being a once-in-a-thousand-year genius of the 6-ring palace, the battle power he displayed in the 2-star battlefield wasn't weak either. Start! Zhao Feng's expression was calm as he faced the two of them. Sky Star Sword. Li Yanya raised his hand, and an Earth-rank divine sword appeared. Its surface was inscribed with obscure and ancient star markings. 7-star sky, slaying technique. The Big Dipper sword in Li Yanya's hand suddenly shook, and a brilliant light appeared in the sky. It was like a meteor shower as it shot toward Zhao Feng. What a profound sword technique! It's able to summon the power of the stars and merge it with the Tao of the sword. The skeletal division leader cheered in its heart. He was indeed worthy of being a once-in-a-thousand-year genius of the 6-ring palace. Deadly Bone Siege. The skeletal division leader pushed out its bony hands, and hundreds and thousands of bony figures covered in flames formed a wall that surrounded Zhao Feng. Whoosh! Whoosh! Zhao Feng's surroundings were surrounded by layers of bone walls and fiery flames. On top of that, the flames kept on compressing, limiting Zhao Feng's range of movement. 7-star sky, slaying technique. At the same time, Li Yanya's sword light shot toward Zhao Feng. The cooperation between the two sovereigns was flawless. Li Yanya attacked while the skeletal division leader used a new, secret technique to trap Zhao Feng and form a defensive barrier. Even a great origin core realm would be moved by such a combined attack. Humph! A faint smile appeared on Zhao Feng's face. With his speed, he could easily evade the combined attack of the two. Wang, a layer of pure purple lightning condensed in Zhao Feng's palm, and it radiated an ancient aura of destruction that was several times stronger than before. Purple lightning wind ring. Zhao Feng waved his hand, and the purple destruction wind lightning in his palm turned into a blinding light that crushed everything in its path. Kacha! Crack! The surrounding flames instantly shattered when they came in contact with the purple lightning wind ring and turned into a puff of black smoke. My deadly bone siege. The skeletal division leader's expression changed dramatically. This deadly bone wall was a secret technique it had comprehended in the last half a year, and it was used to trap enemies stronger than itself. However, under the charge of the purple lightning wind ring, everything was destroyed. The secret technique it had comprehended for half a year was like paper. It was completely one-sided. Some of the shock waves from the purple lightning wind ring shot toward the skeletal division leader. Deadly bone protection. The skeletal division leader's bones became even thicker and started to glow with a fiery aura. Bo! Shoot! The skeletal division leader howled in pain when the purple lightning wind ring got close, and black smoke rose from its body as the fiery aura around it started to decrease. Dang! 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 The skeletal division leader retreated and exclaimed, my ghost bone body refining at the same time. As soon as Li Yanya's attack came close to Zhao Feng, it was destroyed by the latter's purple wind lightning ring. The purple lightning wind ring was different from before. The ring formed by this secret technique was three-dimensional, and there was a whirlpool around it. Purple lightning wind ring, offense and defense in one. Zhao Feng stood still as the purple wind ring of wind destroyed everything in its path like a disaster. Boom! Li Yanya was forced back dozens of yards, and black smoke rose from his body. His defense wasn't as strong as the skeletal division leader's, so he was injured by the purple destruction wind lightning. Deadly bones strengthening. The skeletal division leader suddenly turned into a flaming bone giant, and its every action contained the power of bones and flames of death. Under Zhao Feng's pressure, it didn't hesitate to use its secret technique. In its flaming bone giant form, it was able to block the purple lightning wind ring's attacks for a short period of time. On the other side, Li Yanya was forced into a corner. Is this the captain's strength? Just a simple defensive technique was able to force two late-stage, small origin core realms into this state. Lulan Jishui's heart shook. It could be said that Zhao Feng hadn't even attacked yet. Even if he breaks through to the origin core realm, his strength shouldn't be this terrifying. The flaming bone giant that the skeletal division leader had turned into started to flicker as it was hit by the purple wind ring. The power of wind lightning contained within the rings was several times purer than before Zhao Feng broke through. The laws of wind lightning and destruction contained within his true yuan were several times purer than before. So much so, Li Yanya and the skeletal division leader didn't even have the ability to fight back. It's over. Zhao Feng smiled as the purple lightning wind ring suddenly disappeared. Shua! An afterimage was left behind. Soon after, a series of purple electric wind shadows shuttled back and forth in the space of the formation like the phantoms of gods and ghosts. The spiritual senses of the two sovereigns were in chaos, and they weren't able to see where Zhao Feng was going. Blade of purple destruction. A violet-colored blade of light that was thin like a cicada's wing flickered with a sharp glow of lightning, and its surface was suffused with a layer of violet striations. It emitted a strand of a condensed aura of destruction that caused one's soul to tremble. Whoosh! Whoosh! The skeletal division leader howled as one of its flaming arms was cut off by Zhao Feng. Master, spare me! The skeletal division leader's soul almost left its body. Even with its powerful defense, Zhao Feng cut off one of its arms like cutting a carrot. Pung! The next instant, the purple wind ring flashed by once more. Not good. Li Yanya's expression changed dramatically as a ghostly figure appeared behind him. Before he could even counterattack, a simple fist that radiated the power of a desolate beast sent him flying and spat out a mouthful of blood. Such a terrifying body. Just his physical strength alone is enough to injure me. It was too fast. The two sovereigns couldn't even block it. Plop! Plop! Li Yanya and the skeletal division leader both fell to the ground. The difference was that Li Yanya lost his balance and fell to the ground due to Zhao Feng's power. On the other hand, the skeletal division leader's eyes were filled with fear as it knelt on the ground. If Zhao Feng had used the blade of purple destruction just then, the skeletal division leader wouldn't have been able to escape death. In that instant, the skeletal division leader even felt Zhao Feng's killing intent. At this point in time, the two sovereigns looked at each other with shock. Even without using his eye bloodline, Zhao Feng's strength surpasses mine. If my strength is too weak and I lose my value, he might make a move and kill me. The skeletal division leader was stunned. It was hard to imagine that Zhao Feng's strength had reached such a terrifying level after the change in his core. From now on, whether it was in name or strength, the skeletal division leader was truly enslaved by Zhao Feng. Captain cut off one of the skeletal division leader's arms. Lulan Jishui's expression changed dramatically. Her current cultivation was only at the half-step origin core realm, and she was miles away from Li Yanya and the other two sovereigns. Why would Captain do this? Lulan Jishui forced herself to calm down. After some deep thought, she suddenly understood. Captain wants to use this chance to show off his might in front of the two sovereigns, especially since Li Yanya might not be completely subservient. At the same time, he's also using this to scare the skeletal division leader. Chapter 610. Within the array of the martial arts field. The result of the battle between the three sovereigns was decided in an instant. Li Yanya suppressed the shock in his heart and smiled bitterly. Before this, his fear and respect for Zhao Feng mostly stemmed from the latter's eye bloodline. However, reality proved that even if Zhao Feng didn't use his eye bloodline, he wasn't someone that a small origin core realm could fight against. Even two late-stage small origin core realms couldn't take a single blow. The skeletal division leader had one of its arms accidentally cut off by Zhao Feng, and this was even when it was still in its flaming bone giant state. Zhao Feng's strength has completely surpassed mine. Even without the dark heart seed restraining me, I can't do anything in front of him. The skeletal division leader trembled as its eyes were filled with fear. As the gap between the two grew bigger, the skeletal division leader started to worry that it would be abandoned by Zhao Feng. A while later, Zhao Feng and company returned to the guest room. The skeletal division leader had already entered the 10,000 ghost pearl to recover. Li Yanya, what does the eternally sealed palace lord's breakthrough have to do with our spar? Zhao Feng asked. Captain, the situation is like this. According to my investigation, the eternally sealed palace lord's strength is extraordinary, and he has a hobby of watching duels. He often stays in the arena to suppress the duels and occasionally acts as a banker. Li Yanya explained. Hearing this, Zhao Feng was surprised. The Void Ocean Palace Lord of an island zone actually had such a boring hobby. Captain, you don't know. Li Yanya smiled and shook his head. Eternally sealed palace lord's eyes are very good at finding talents. He found many experts in the arena, and many of them became his right-hand men. In the early days, he found an expert who became a Void God Realm King several years later. Some of his deeds have been passed down as legends. So, you want me to use the Void Ocean Arena as a breakthrough point to attract the eternally sealed Temple Master's attention and get close to him? Zhao Feng soon understood. Li Yenya smiled and nodded. That's right. After probing, he had complete confidence in Zhao Feng. Li Yenya believed that as long as a dazzling star like Zhao Feng could display his skills in the Void Ocean Arena, it would be easy for him to catch the attention of the eternally sealed Temple Master. If he could gain the favor of the eternally sealed Hall Master and get close to him, then there was a possibility of discussing the teleportation formation. Let's go. Without hesitation, Zhao Feng brought Li Yenya to the Void Ocean Colosseum. The Void Ocean spiritual palaces were scattered across the Void Ocean. At the same time, each Void Ocean spiritual palace had its own arena. When Zhao Feng entered, there were many shouts coming from the spectator stands around the arena. In the arena, there were experts fighting on several arenas. Those that participated in the battle were at least at the peak true Lord rank or half-step Origin Core Realm. Most people fought at the small Origin Core Realm. After all, Sovereign Lords at the great Origin Core Realm were rare even in two-star sects, and they were able to reach the upper echelons. Yi Moyu! Yi Moyu! Yi! Excited shouts came from the spectator stands. In the middle of the arena stood an elegant male with his hands behind his back. The elegant man's body was covered in a mysterious dark luster that seemed to be able to absorb light, making him appear unfathomable. That's insane. Yumayu has already won 56 times in a row. In the past 100 years, very few people at the small Origin Core Realm have been able to win 50 times in a row. What kind of background does this Yumayu have? He's already broken the record of the past 10 years. In the arena, the sounds of discussion were incessant. Yi Moyu, are you sure you want to continue? Your next opponents will be stronger than the last. A great Origin Core Realm judge said. Continue. Yi Moyu snickered coldly and murmured, My target is the 100-win challenge at the small Origin Core Realm. Your opponent is me. A loud and domineering voice resounded, and a tall and sturdy man with a golden body appeared on the stage. Hua! The crowd exclaimed, The Fire Gold Power King! The Fire Gold Power King has fought hundreds of battles in the Void Ocean Arena, and he's stopped many challengers. I heard that this Fire Gold Power King was discovered by the eternally sealed Palace Lord, and he's now working for the arena. Many people recognized the identity of this newcomer. It was obvious that this Fire Gold Power King was famous in the Void Ocean Arena. Late-stage small Origin Core Realm? Just 56 wins in a row, and they sent out such a strong opponent. Li Yenya sighed. The 100-win challenge? Zhao Feng revealed a puzzled expression. Captain, this is an honor challenge in the Void Ocean Colosseum, set up by the officials. Every time one wins in a row, such as 26 or 50 wins in a row, there will be a corresponding reward. If one can win 100 times in a row, they will receive a great reward and even a great honor. Li Yenya explained. With this explanation, Zhao Feng understood the rules of the 100-win challenge. Because there was a great reward for winning 100 times in a row, the officials would do everything they could to stop it. In the past 100 years, no one in the eternally sealed islands zone has been able to win 100 times in a row. Li Yenya added, 100 years? Zhao Feng's pupils constricted. In 100 years, how many elites would be born in the astral zone? From this, one could see how hard it was to win 100 times in a row. While the two were talking, the battle on the arena had already begun. The Fire Gold Power King was a body-strengthening sovereign, and his physical strength and defense were extremely strong. He might even be slightly stronger than the skeletal division leader in that regard. Golden Sky Burning! The Fire Gold Power King roared as he seemed to become a scarlet golden statue, and his fists and palms caused the arena to shake. Boom! The terrifying fist light was golden and dazzling. Tyrannical flames surged like a volcano eruption. Child's play. Yi Mayu's figure turned dark, and with a swoosh, the surroundings turned dark like the night sky. Not only did the darkness block the opponent's vision, it also blocked their senses. Shwa! A ghostly figure appeared out of thin air from the other side of the night sky, easily dodging the attack. What a profound movement art! Yi Mayu's figure can merge into the night and instantly appear in any region. It's like teleportation. Zhao Feng's eyes lit up. Only a few sovereign lords like Zhao Feng were able to see the profundity of Yi Mayu's movement skill. Fuck off! The fire gold tyrant king's entire body flickered with golden light, accompanied by scarlet flame markings. Ripples of light that were a few feet long appeared, forming a terrifying crushing force that shook everything within a radius of 200 feet. This move of his could directly pulverize and incinerate everything in its vicinity. Whoosh! The ghostly figure disappeared. All that was left was an afterimage. Traceless dark night. A dark, mysterious, and formless aura swept past where the fire gold Overlord was standing. Ding! Sparks flew from the fire gold Power King's body as he roared. Arg! There was no sign of an attack, but a bloody gash was left on the fire gold Power King's body. On the VIP stand in the middle of the spectator stands, and Yi Mayu's body contains the ancient night shadow bloodline. This bloodline can be traced back to the era of the 10,000 ancient races. A purple and golden-robed, middle-aged man appeared in the arena. Almost no one knew how he appeared. Zhao Feng sensed something and couldn't help but look toward the purple and golden-robed, middle-aged man. Eternally sealed Palace Lord. Palace Lord! Many respectful voices sounded from the VIP stand. Even some great Origin Core Realm sovereign lords bowed politely toward the eternally sealed Palace Lord. He's the eternally sealed Palace Lord? Zhao Feng took back his gaze and didn't purposely inspect him in case he caught the eternally sealed Palace Lord's attention. After all, the eternally sealed Palace Lord's cultivation had reached the half-step Void God Realm. Traceless dark night. In the dark night of the arena, the silent attacks landed on the crimson gold Tyrant King's body again and again. Shoo! Even with the fire gold Overlord's powerful physical defense, the injuries on its body continued to accumulate. The eternally sealed Palace Lord has appeared? Yi Mayu's figure merged into the darkness, and he saw the eternally sealed Palace Lord out of the corner of his eye. His calm state of mind was inexplicably stirred by a trace of excitement. Unparalleled dark night. In the night sky, a few moonlight blades intertwined at a point like a few crosses that were juxtaposed together. The dazzling cold moonlight burst forth with astonishing power. Shwa! A cross-shaped wound was left on the fire gold Tyrant King's chest, sinking deep into his organs. Arg! The fire gold Power King screamed as blood gushed out of his chest, and he fell into a pool of blood. See, gasps could be heard from the audience. A very unique bloodline technique that can double or triple the power of an attack. Zhao Feng's heart shook. This Yi Mayu's cultivation hadn't even reached the late-stage small origin core realm, but his mysterious bloodline and profound battle techniques were terrifying. Yi Mayu wins. 57th win in a row. The judge announced. After the victor was decided, the spectators were overjoyed. There were people betting on every single battle in the 100-win challenge. I bet that Yi Mayu can win 60 times in a row. I bet 70 times in a row. Many spectators placed their bets. This was because the opponents in the future would become stronger and stronger. The more wins they bet on, the more rewards they would receive. Of course, no one dared to bet on the 100-win challenge, even though the payout for Yi Mayu's 100-win challenge was 1,000 times. An hour later, after Fire Gold Overlord was defeated, Yi Mayu defeated another 3 or 4 powerful enemies in succession. I'll challenge again tomorrow. Yi Mayu's face was filled with fatigue and he stopped the challenge. He had already challenged 10 times today, and the last few opponents all had the battle power of the late-stage, small origin core realm. According to the rules, you have to win 10 battles in a row each day before you can rest. Li Yenya explained. Shua. Right at this moment, a member of the arena officials appeared before Li Yenya and Zhao Feng. It was an elder in a red robe. He was a sovereign lord. Brother, are you willing to participate in the fight against Yi Mou tomorrow? The elder smiled as he looked at Li Yenya. Is that even possible? Zhao Feng had a weird expression. The elder didn't think so and said, What's wrong with that? The 100-win challenge represents great glory and rewards. How can I let others take it so easily? It's very normal to ask for reinforcements. After saying that, he inspected Li Yenya with interest. Li Yenya's aura was extraordinary, and his cultivation was close to the peak small origin core realm. It was obvious that the officials wanted Li Yenya's cultivation and wanted to ask him to stop Yi Mou. Chapter 611. The black-robed elder represented the officials of the arena. The honor of the 100-win challenge couldn't be taken so easily. It wasn't just a huge loss. It also affected the dignity of the arena. That Yi Mou's bloodline is mysterious and powerful. Even if I fight him, my chances of winning aren't high. Li Yenya said deeply. When the difference in cultivation wasn't big, the power of bloodlines and weapons had the biggest impact on one's strength. On the other hand, weapons were an external source of power. Bloodline inheritances were different. They would often greatly enhance one's combat strength, physique, defense, speed, strength, and other aspects of the body. This was especially true for some bloodline inheritances and special abilities. Yi Mou was a perfect example. Yi Mou's bloodline is just below Zhang Fan's, who has the bloodline of the 10,000 ancient races. His battle power is enough to break through the barrier of cultivation. Zhao Feng analyzed. The barrier of cultivation referred to the difference between the small origin core realm and the great origin core realm. For example, Zhang Fan was only at the early stage small origin core realm, but his battle power was comparable to the early stage great origin core realm. On the other hand, Yi Mou's bloodline was just below the 10,000 ancient races. More importantly, his cultivation was close to the late stage small origin core realm, and his bloodline was more familiar. Therefore, his overall strength might even be stronger than Zhang Fan's from a year ago. I don't expect you to beat Yi Mou by yourself. All you need to do is exhaust his true yuan and bloodline power. The black-robed elder smiled lightly. An invisible barrier covered the three, and those outside couldn't hear what they were talking about. Hearing that, Zhao Feng understood. Continuous battle. Zhao Feng and Li Yenya looked at each other with surprise in their eyes. Maybe. Li Yenya didn't have a high chance of winning against Yi Mou. However, if there were 2 or 3 existences that could stand shoulder to shoulder with Li Yenya, and they were to take turns to fight Li Yenya, the result would be different. According to the rules, challengers had to win 10 battles a day before they had the right to rest, unless no one challenged them that day. Brother, what do you think? As long as you can exhaust 30% of Yi Mou's bloodline power, or true yuan, you can become a guest of the Void Ocean Spiritual Palace. The old man in black said with a smile. Li Yenya's heart jolted, and he cast an inquiring gaze towards Zhao Feng. Honored guests of the Void Ocean Spiritual Palace would enjoy many privileges, including discounts in the official markets. Being an honored guest of the Spirit Hall was not only a symbol of honor, but it also had tangible benefits. Even some sovereigns at the Origin Core realm couldn't get a guest status no matter how hard they tried. Go ahead and try. Zhao Feng nodded slightly and let Li Yenya test the waters. It's a deal. The red-robed old man was slightly surprised. Li Yenya, who was close to the peak of the minor primal core realm, actually wanted to listen to Zhao Feng. On the same day, Li Yenya temporarily became the arena's foreign aid consultant. The officials had sent a total of 4 or 5 experts for the challenge tomorrow. The weakest of them was at the middle stage small origin core realm, and their battle power was at least at the late stage small origin core realm. The next day, Yi Mayu's battle intent surged. His mental energy recovered to its peak, and he once again appeared on the arena. The officials of the arena were ready to stop Yi Mayu's winning streak. Among them, there was also the opening of the arena, large and small bets, and wagered battles, which involved a lot of benefits. The eternally sealed palace lord wore a purple and gold robe and had a warm smile on his face as he appeared on the arena. Palace Lord, today's challenge will be extremely intense. The red-robed old man bowed and said respectfully, The eternally sealed palace lord nodded his head faintly. He knew the rules of the 100-win challenge. According to the rules of the arena, after one had achieved 50 consecutive victories, they would engage in a will battle with the challenger. Begin. The judge waved his hand. On the arena, Yi Mayu fought with his opponent. His first opponent was a lithe and graceful woman. She specialized in movement, and her cultivation was close to the late-stage, small origin core realm, the same as Yi Mayu. Shua, shua. On the arena, a ghostly and elegant figure and a graceful and delicate figure intertwined with each other. After images appeared one after another and quickly became a blur. In the first battle, Yi Mayu didn't use his bloodline power. Instead, he used speed to fight against the beautiful female. Moving flower passing shadow, the beautiful figure of the graceful woman was like the blossoming of 100 flowers. With the naked eye, one could only see the beautiful and slender figures rising and falling one after another. The silhouettes moved like floating lights, surrounding an area of the arena. Yi Mayu was also caught in it. Whoosh, whoosh, boom. Every time he clashed with the beautiful female, all that was broken was a patch of flowers. Even if he managed to hit the true body, it would be replaced. These flower clones have a profound connection with the true body. Not only can they pass off as the true body, but they can also block attacks from the true body. Yi Mayu couldn't help but be dazed. Shwa, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. He was surrounded by flickering lights and shadows, like a moving merry-go-round. Every time they collided, it would cause the surrounding flickering lights to bloom. That female's movement technique seems to come from the nearby two-star sect, the Moving Flower Palace. So it's a movement technique from the Moving Flower True Bible. Many people recognized it. Yi Mayu's expression became solemn. He didn't expect his first opponent to be so difficult. Even the experts from the Moving Flower Palace are interested in the movement technique of the Night Shadow bloodline. The black-robed elder smiled smugly. Even if the beautiful female couldn't win, she would be able to waste some of Yi Mayu's energy. Dark night, moon, demonic sky. Yi Mayu's dark figure suddenly glowed with a cold moonlight, and a demonic figure with 4 wings appeared behind him. There was also the shadow of a dark moon above his head. Pa! Yi Mayu spread his arms, and the desolate ancient moon power formed waves of cold moonlight as his wings flapped. Crack! The flickering lights and shadows that were blooming in the surroundings suddenly shattered into pieces. Tsang! Blood leaked out of the beautiful female's mouth, and she stumbled back dozens of yards before admitting defeat. As expected of the Night Shadow bloodline, it can easily deal with my moving flower movement technique. If it weren't for the fact that he wanted to win quickly and conserve his true yuan, I might not have been his match. The beautiful female didn't give up even though she lost. After all, the Night Shadow bloodline had been passed down for a long time. It could be traced back to the era of the 10,000 ancient races. After the beautiful female lost, Yi Mayu started a new round of challenges. The second opponent, the third opponent, all of the opponents he faced weren't any weaker than the first female, and their battle power was only getting stronger and stronger. When it came to the fifth opponent, it was a late-stage, small origin core realm. Lienya, Would like to experience your night shadow bloodline. A scholarly youth appeared on the stage. The sixth opponent was Li Yunya. What a strong opponent. Late stage small origin core realm, close to the peak stage. The spectators broke out into discussion. Yi Moyu's expression became solemn, and he used his bloodline technique without hesitation. Void sky darkness. Yi Moyu's figure flickered and disappeared into the darkness around him. Li Yunya stood in the darkness of the night. Even with his realm, his senses were greatly affected by the darkness. Shua. Yi Moyu merged into the darkness and could instantly appear in any area. In the night sky, Yi Moyu's movement technique was comparable to Grandmaster Yin Kong's spatial movement technique. 7-star sky, slaying technique. Li Yunya immediately brandished his earth-ranked godly sword, and a dazzling sword glow appeared in the sky. It was like a meteor shower that spread in all directions. As soon as he made his move, he immediately used a large area of effect move. In the void sky darkness, my body is like moonlight, and the damage I take is reduced by half. Yi Moyu snickered coldly. His figure could move freely in any region of the void sky night curtain. Every time he appeared, he would be in the weakest area of the sword light, and he could easily block the damage. Traceless dark night. A dark and mysterious aura attacked Li Yunya from time to time. Li Yunya's defense was slightly weaker, and he was barely able to block a few rounds of Yi Moyu's attacks. Shua. Li Yunya's back was soon slashed open, leaving behind a trail of blood. Sword star formation. Li Yunya shouted and switched from offense to defense. A dazzling starlight sword light formed a starlight sword a few feet long. The sword aura could protect the body, but it could also split into sword light that could injure people. This battle was extremely intense. But from the start, Li Yunya was on the defensive. 20 moves later, a bloody gash was left on Li Yunya's throat. He admitted defeat. Although Li Yunya had lost, Yi Moyu had expended a lot of energy. Then, on the arena, more and more experts entered the arena one after another. Those experts displayed all kinds of bloodline abilities and secret techniques, forcing Yi Moyu into a deadly battle. By the 7th battle, Yi Moyu's face was pale, and his true yuan was depleted. At this moment, he had used up 60 to 70% of his bloodline and true yuan. As for the 8th and 9th opponents, their battle prowess was even more shocking. They were even stronger than Li Yunya. Bloodwing's demonic sovereign. The 9th opponent was a blood-robed sovereign. There was a layer of snake-like blood around his body, and he gave off a demonic and bloody aura. This person caused an uproar when he went up. Bloodwing's demonic light. The blood-robed sovereign had a black mole on his forehead. He pushed out his hands, and a pair of demonic blood wings thousands of yards long appeared on his body. They were comparable to a great origin core realm sovereign lord. Just one palm contained the power of the demonic blood wings and sent Yi Moyu flying. Yi Moyu spat out a mouthful of blood and rolled off the arena. At this moment, his bloodline and true yuan were almost depleted, so he obviously couldn't fight against the blood wings demonic sovereign, whose battle power was comparable to a great origin core realm. Can't even block one move. Too weak. The Bloodwing's demonic sovereign laughed and left the arena. Yi Moyu's 100-win challenge ended here. Sighs and sighs of pity filled the hall. If Yi Moyu was at his peak, he might be able to fight against the Bloodwing's demonic sovereign. However, Yi Moyu's bloodline and true yuan were all used up. This Yi Moyu is a rare genius. Bring him to see me later. The eternally sealed palace, Lord said in a low tone. At this moment in time, Yi Moyu's expression was grim as he gritted his teeth. This 100-win challenge isn't fair at all. They're using dirty tricks like taking turns to wear me down. You can't even block a measly tag? A 100-win challenge represents supreme glory. You need to have unparalleled battle power that doesn't fear any tricks. The elder laughed coldly and said, just as Yi Mayu was enraged, let's wait and see the new 100-win challenger, Zhao Feng. Chapter 612. The new 100-win challenger, Zhao Feng. His loud voice reverberated throughout the void ocean arena. Due to Yi Mayu's defeat, the mood became even more depressed. There's a new challenger already. In the spectator stands, the experts from the various regions were shocked. Yi Mayu's defeat and the unfairness of the 100-win streak wasn't enough to scare away the enthusiasm of the challengers. Furthermore, this new challenger dared to issue a challenge right after Yi Mayu's defeat. It could be expected. The new challenger was most likely very confident. At the very least, he had to be stronger than Yi Mayu. Zhao Feng? Never heard of him. What kind of person will the new challenger be? The enthusiasm of the crowd was once again ignited. Everyone's eyes were filled with anticipation. Soon, a figure at the small origin core realm slowly walked onto the arena. This new challenger was in his 20s, and he was a mature and calm youth. From the Zhao family at the beginning to the stage of the outer regions. The youth from before had grown into a powerful youth. He's Zhao Feng? The gazes of the spectators landed on the youth with disappointment. This new challenger didn't seem to have anything special about him, and his cultivation wasn't as high as Yi Moyu's. It's this brat? The elder's eyes squinted as he scanned over Li Yenya. If he remembered correctly, Zhao Feng and Li Yenya were on the same side. Humph, he's weaker than me, and he wants to challenge the 100-win streak? Yi Moyu's eyes were cold as he clenched his fists. He felt extremely humiliated. The first round of the 100-win streak. A great origin core realm. Judge, said casually. In the corner, Yi Mayu watched coldly. He wanted to personally see Zhao Feng lose before leaving. Zha, with this brat's early stage, small origin core realm cultivation. It's already a miracle that he can last 4 or 5 wins in a row. The discussions in the surroundings matched Yi Mayu's thoughts. On the arena, Zhao Feng smiled faintly. I'll take the glory of the 100-win streak. Shameless boasting. Many spectators in the arena rolled their eyes. Yi Mayu's face twitched. Where did this kid get his confidence from? To a loser like him. This was undoubtedly an even greater humiliation. Junior, if you can't obtain 10 consecutive victories, you won't even be able to earn back the challenge fee. The black-robed old man smiled in amazement. At this moment, on the challenge stage, Zhao Feng's first opponent appeared. Junior, allow me, a spectator, to play with you. A middle-aged sovereign at the small origin core realm rubbed his fists and walked onto the stage playfully. The middle-aged sovereign was a spectator, and his cultivation was only at the early stage, small origin core realm. He was on par with Zhao Feng. In the early stages of the 100-win challenge, many participants were just spectators. Therefore, the officials of the arena were not strict with this matter. As long as he didn't surpass 50 consecutive wins, he wouldn't attract the attention of the officials. Begin. The referee waved his hand. The middle-aged sovereign laughed and waved his fist. The Heaven-Earth Yuan Qi howled as he charged toward Zhao Feng. This punch could shatter a mountain if it was in a normal place. However, this was the void ocean arena, so the power and range of the various moves were suppressed to a certain extent. Bam! The middle-aged sovereign's body froze as his attack missed, and he was sent flying. What's going on? The middle-aged sovereign wasn't even able to see anything before he was sent flying out of the arena. Plop! The middle-aged sovereign spat out a mouthful of blood after landing on the ground. The arena was silent for a moment. Everyone's teasing and mocking smiles froze on their faces. Who? Zhao Feng blew on his fist before calmly descending to the ground. It's over? What shocking speed! Many of the spectators in the arena came back to their senses at this moment. Most of them didn't even see Zhao Feng's movements clearly. The old man's heart skipped a beat. This new challenger was coming with a ferocious momentum. Thinking about how Lienya had to listen to this youth, the elder felt uneasy. At the center of the spectating area, that punch just now was just physical strength. This brat's body is like that of a giant beast. The eternally sealed palace, Lord murmured, because it was the 100-win challenge. He noticed that Zhao Feng had just appeared. This move surprised most of the people. The second match. The referee waved his hand. Tsang. Soon, another challenger leaped out from the spectator stands. The newcomer was a lean man. His cultivation aura was even sharper, and he had the killing intent of a veteran who had been through hundreds of battles. He was also at the early stage small origin core realm, but he was obviously stronger than the middle-aged sovereign from before. Dominating tiger flying sky. The skinny man's figure flashed, and he was as agile as a leopard as he charged toward Zhao Feng with a domineering purple-black wind. Obviously, this lean man was an expert in speed and agility. Bam! Boom! A loud explosion occurred between the skinny male and Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng didn't dodge at all and just punched out. The moment he punched, Zhao Feng's physical body erupted with the terrifying energy of a desolate beast. The skinny male felt like he couldn't breathe. Bam! The skinny male's arm broke, and he spat out blood as he was sent flying, defeating his opponent in one move. Another wave of discussion broke out in the arena. Even though Zhao Feng hadn't displayed any extraordinary strength, the fact that he could instantly kill someone of the same cultivation level in a single move, this barbaric and simple method, was shocking. This brat's body seems to contain a bloodline aura from the ancient era. It's probably close to the 10,000 ancient races. Surprise flashed through the eternally sealed palace, Lord's eyes. On top of that, he felt that Zhao Feng's bloodline aura was even purer than Yi Moyu's. The third match. On the arena, Zhao Feng faced another round of battles. Bam! A normal punch sent his opponent flying once again. Most of the challengers were at the early stage, small origin core realm, and the most were at the middle stage, small origin core realm. 3 wins in a row, 4 wins in a row, 5 wins in a row. Zhao Feng's speed was much faster than Yi Moyu's at the early stage. What speed and such shocking power! He completely crushes those of the same cultivation. Yi Moyu was slightly dazed. The speed that Zhao Feng displayed was slightly faster than him when he didn't use his bloodline power. Furthermore, not only was Zhao Feng fast, his physical strength was terrifying as well. 7 wins in a row, 8 wins in a row, 9 wins in a row. Not long after, Zhao Feng faced his 10th challenge. Let me try. A low voice came from the arena's official area. The newcomer was a dark-skinned male. His muscles seemed to be made of black metal, and he gave off a cold aura. Bam! When the dark-skinned man landed on the ground, the stage faintly trembled, displaying a tremendous force that was like a giant beast. It's him, the Iron-Back Black King. Many spectators exclaimed as they recognized the newcomer. The Iron-Back Black King's cultivation was at the middle stage small origin core realm, and his aura was close to the late-stage, small origin core realm. On top of that, he was a body-strengthening cultivator. World domination. The Ironback Black King was like a beast, and as he punched out, a black cauldron-shaped figure crushed down. A bloodline technique that can turn one's physical strength into physical form. Zhao Feng revealed a weird expression. In the 10th round, he finally met an opponent that was slightly interesting. The 10th win was a crucial point. If he couldn't win 10 times in a row, he wouldn't even be able to earn back the initial fee. Break! Zhao Feng roared, his bones, flesh, and blood erupting with the physical strength of an ancient, desolate origin. Woo! The instant he punched out, the roar of an ancient beast seemed to come from Zhao Feng's body, and the brutal aura made the Ironback Black King feel suffocated. My bloodline power, that brat's aura, the iron-backed Black King's body started to tremble. Crack! The cauldron strength created by his bloodline skill was shattered by Zhao Feng's fist. Wah! The iron-backed Black King spat out a mouthful of blood as his body flew back. 10 wins in a row. Zhao Feng's face didn't go red, and his heart didn't beat fast. He hadn't used any true yuan or bloodline power since the start of the battle. Over the past year or so, under the baptism of the ancient dream realm aura and the heart blood essence of the sea whale, his life force and body had undergone several qualitative changes, as if he had been reborn. And now, his state of existence had reached the limit of the great origin core realm. In terms of physical strength, the heart blood essence could greatly increase his strength, and under the influence of the ancient dream realm aura, his strength was comparable to beasts of the same cultivation. Not only that, when Zhao Feng attacked with his full strength, there was also an ancient aura that suppressed his bloodline power. Apart from the bloodlines of the 10,000 ancient races, there are very few bloodlines that can suppress so many other bloodlines. A light flashed through the eternally sealed palace, Lord's eyes, as he murmured. After 10 wins in a row, Zhao Feng didn't stop there. He continued to challenge. After all, he hadn't used any true yuan since the start of the battle. 11 wins in a row, 12 wins in a row, 15 wins in a row. Zhao Feng's record kept on changing. Every opponent, every time, he would send them flying with a simple punch and suppress their bloodline power. 20 wins in a row. The arena was suddenly in an uproar. According to the rules, the challenger had the right to rest after 10 wins in a row. However, Zhao Feng had won 20 in a row. What was even more terrifying was that his face didn't go red at all. He didn't use any true yuan or bloodline power. He's obviously not a body-strengthening cultivator. He's only at the early stage small origin core realm. But shock appeared in Yi Moyu's eyes. 20 wins in a row on the first day was his record. However, Yi Moyu was slightly tired after winning 20 on the first day, so he didn't continue. For now, Zhao Feng hadn't shown any strength that surpassed Yi Moyu's. However, this terrifying male still hadn't used any true yuan or bloodline power. Only unfathomable could describe this young man. An hour later, bam! Zhao Feng punched out, and a faint purple aura radiated from him as he sent a late-stage, small origin core realm expert flying. Hua! The arena was in an uproar. 30 wins in a row. The judge was slightly dazed as he announced. This youth had only used a wisp of true yuan to reach 30 wins in a row. If this continued, it wasn't impossible for him to reach 100 in a row. Due to the lack of opponents, today's 100-win challenge will end. The elder waved his hand and stopped the challenge. His expression was grim as he thought that this brat was too strong. He needed to think of a strategy and deal with him tomorrow. Chapter 613. The black-robed elder represented the officials and announced the end of the 100-win challenge. This action immediately caused the spectators to be unhappy. In some areas, boos could be heard. Many people could see that the arena officials were having trouble holding on and wanted to stall for time so that they could deal with Zhao Feng. As expected of the captain, Li Yunya sighed in his heart. In the corner of the arena, 30 wins in a row, and he defeated his opponent in one move every time. If it wasn't for the officials stopping him, it would be possible for him to win 50 to 60 in a row. Yi Moyu was slightly dazed. Even he didn't have the ability to fight until the officials stopped. Tomorrow then. Zhao Feng's figure flashed as he returned to Li Yunya's side. Wherever the two passed, they attracted the attention of the spectators. Zhao Feng could faintly feel the eternally sealed palace, Lord's gaze. The eternally sealed palace, Lord had the highest cultivation here, and being a half-step king, his gaze contained immeasurable intent. Zhao Feng didn't purposefully avoid the eternally sealed palace, Lord's gaze. Boom! Facing the eternally sealed palace, Lord's gaze, Zhao Feng's soul shook, and he felt as if he was a mortal fighting against a god. The eternally sealed palace, Lord's gaze contained limitless power. It was as if a single thought was enough to shake the heavens and change the world. After all, he's a half-step king and has a portion of the intent of a void god realm king. His soul has almost surpassed the limits of his physical body and is one with heaven and earth. Zhao Feng murmured in his heart. Up until now, he had only seen the tip of the iceberg about the power of a void god realm king. This brat's soul is also extremely strong. The eternally sealed palace, Lord was surprised. Amongst the spectators, the eternally sealed palace, Lord's estimate of Zhao Feng's strength was the closest to the truth. The eternally sealed palace, Lord couldn't help but be interested in the 100-win challenge tomorrow. On the same night, Zhao Feng returned to the inn and went into seclusion to recover. Today's battle had given him a new understanding of his state of existence and the power within his body. He spent the entire night adapting, comprehending, and digging out his own power. The next day, in the Void Ocean Arena, there was a hubbub of voices and enthusiasm. Compared to yesterday, the number of experts who came to watch the battle today had doubled. News of Zhao Feng winning 30 matches in one go had already spread throughout the Void Ocean Spirit Palace. Let's open the bet. In the arena, there were professionals who set up bets. The bets on Zhao Feng's winning streak were divided into 5 bets: 60, 70, 80, 90, and 100 wins. Among them, the odds of 100 consecutive wins were the highest, 130. In other words, as long as they bet on Zhao Feng to win 100 consecutive victories, they would be able to earn 30 times the profit. However, no one had achieved 100 consecutive victories in the past 100 years. The arena officials were unscrupulous in their methods to prevent the birth of 100 consecutive victories. Therefore, very few people would bet on 100 consecutive victories. Among them, there were more people who bet on 60 or 70 consecutive victories. However, if Zhao Feng won more consecutive victories, such as 80 consecutive victories, those who bet on 60 or 70 consecutive victories would also lose money. I'd bet on myself 1 million superior grade primal crystal stones. A calm voice came from the back of the crowd. 1 million superior grade primal crystal stones. Some of the people who had placed their bets were stunned. 1 million superior grade primal crystal stones wasn't a small sum. It could almost buy an Earth-grade weapon. One had to know, 1 superior grade primal crystal stone could be exchanged for 10,000 normal primal crystal stones, not substandard primal crystal stones. 1 million superior grade primal crystal stones was equivalent to 10 billion normal primal crystal stones. See, even the person who set up the bet jumped in fright. Everyone looked over and saw that the person who had placed the bet was none other than Zhao Feng. Li Yunya snickered and also bet tens of thousands of superior grade primal crystal stones on Zhao Feng. Humph. The elder in black mockery appeared on his face. Zhao Feng! Zhao Feng! Zhao! Under the enthusiastic atmosphere, Zhao Feng walked onto the stage. In a corner of the arena, Yi Moyu's eyes flashed coldly as he focused on the battle. The 31st match of the 100-win challenge. The judge announced the 31st match. The opponent was a late-stage, small origin core realm male in white. So fast! He sent out a late-stage, small origin core realm for the first match. Many people exclaimed. Some of the people who placed their bets became cautious. Zhao Feng! Don't think about winning against me, Jiang Zile. A faint smile appeared on the white-robed male's face. Wang, the white-robed man, waved his hand, and an ancient cyan iron book floated in front of him, emitting a faint rainbow light. Shua! A brush with a green handle appeared in his other hand. It's Scholar Heaven Joy. So, it's Scholar Heaven Joy, Jiang Zile. 20 years ago, he was ranked 3rd in the eternally sealed island zone, and he came from the 2-star Power Sky Joy Castle. In the arena, Some people suddenly cried out involuntarily as they recognized the origins of the white-clothed man. Interesting. Zhao Feng couldn't help but reveal an interested expression. There were countless types of cultivation in the fan universe, and most of them had disappeared in the river of time. The book and brush in Zhang Zile's hands were both low-grade, earth-grade weapons. Break! Zhao Feng's figure flashed and appeared in front of Zhang Zile. He was like an ancient beast as he punched out with a faint purple aura. So fast! This aura! Zhang Zile felt a terrifying aura that suppressed his blood and true yuan. 9-word metal book. Zhang Zile didn't panic. The cyan iron book in his hand suddenly unfolded in front of him. A layer of ancient cyan glowing page blossomed with colorful light that was hundreds of meters wide. Mysterious characters that were difficult to understand appeared on the page. Boom! The azure page started to crack after Zhao Feng's punch landed, but the mysterious words on it gave off an aura of righteousness that quickly repaired the azure page. Prison of Earth. Zhang Zile took a few steps back and swung the brush in his hand, drawing blue golden lines in the air. Zhao Feng's expression changed when he found that the illusory azure lines formed a golden prison that bound him. As expected of the scholar Heaven Joy, outside the arena, some experts couldn't help but cheer. The prison formed by the azure lines was like a solid prison that continuously compressed the area where Zhao Feng was standing. Very interesting, but it ends here. Zhao Feng's expression dimmed slightly as he suddenly raised his hand and condensed a wisp of purple lightning. It was pure and sharp, and it condensed into an ancient purple claw. Purple destruction, wind, lightning claw. The purple claw was only a few feet long, but it was solid and gave off a thunderous sound. Bam! Crack! The claw of a destructive lightning dragon tore through the air, and an aura that could destroy all things swept toward him, causing his soul to tremble. Not good. Zhang Zile cried out involuntarily. He watched as his prison drawing ground was torn to pieces like a piece of paper. Boom! The destructive lightning dragon-like claw sent Zhang Zile flying hundreds of meters away. Plop! When he landed on the ground, black smoke came out of Zhang Zile's body, and he looked like a piece of charcoal. 31st win. Zhao Feng won the first battle of the day. Cheers broke out. Zhao Feng's battle power was as strong as ever. Even Zhang Zile, a small origin core realm with perfect offense and defense, lost just like that. The elder's expression changed slightly. He sent Zhang Zile to fight today because he wanted Zhao Feng to have a hard fight. At the very least, Zhao Feng wouldn't be able to win so easily. However, Zhao Feng's strength still exceeded his expectations. In order to conserve true yuan, I can't fight for long, Zhao Feng murmured. His goal was to win 100 battles in one go. After that, Zhao Feng's opponents were at least at the middle stage small origin core realm, and most of them were at the late stage small origin core realm. However, none of them were stronger than Zhang Zile. Zhao Feng increased his speed and offense, and every time he attacked, he could easily defeat normal late-stage, small origin core realms. Boom! Bam! Bam! On the arena, the challengers were sent flying by Zhao Feng one after another. Sometimes, to save time, Zhao Feng would fight several at once. 35 wins, 40 wins, 45 wins. Less than 2 hours later, Zhao Feng had completed 50 wins in a row. This meant that he had completed half of the 100-win challenge. The spectators were all dumbfounded as they watched with rapt attention. What was even more shocking was that Zhao Feng hadn't used much true yuan from the start of the battle. His attacks mainly relied on the use of speed, the eruption of physical strength, and a bit of veritable essence to win in one move. This was especially so in terms of speed. Up until now, no one had been able to fight against Zhao Feng in terms of speed. 60 wins in a row. The spectators in the arena had too much to take in. They were afraid that they would miss a fight if they were distracted, because the The speed at which Zhao Feng finished his battles was just too fast. After 60 wins, Zhao Feng's opponents became stronger and stronger. Towards the end, half of his opponents were at the late-stage, small origin core realm. Only a small portion of them could be compared to the skeletal division leader and Lienya. The powerful opponents in the arena were all elites of the same generation from the various domains and even some 2-star sections. All sorts of strange bloodline abilities and endless secret techniques were extremely difficult to deal with. Luckily, Zhao Feng's body had absorbed the aura of the ancient dream realm, so his every attack was like an ancient beast that suppressed many bloodlines. This suppression was comparable to Jiang Fan, who had the bloodline of the 10,000 ancient races. The 70th battle. The main judge let out a breath and announced, "Zhao Feng, your opponent is me." An elegant man that was as dark as the night appeared on the stage. "Yi Moyu." The crowd broke out into discussion. His opponent this time was Yi Moyu, the one who had won 100 times in a row. As the loser, Yi Moyu definitely doesn't want a nameless person to win 100 times in a row. The elder snickered coldly. "Begin." Yi Moyu immediately took action as soon as the judge announced. Yi Moyu didn't want to be on the defensive after seeing how Zhao Feng pushed back his opponents. "Void Sky Curtain." Yi Moyu's figure flickered and disappeared into the darkness around him. In the darkness, Zhao Feng's vision was restricted, so he couldn't see where Yi Moyu was. Void Sky Curtain was the domain of Yi Moyu's bloodline power. Before this, no one had been able to break through Yi Moyu's bloodline secret technique. If it wasn't for the fact that he had used up all his true yuan, he wouldn't have lost. Chapter 614. Void Sky Curtain of Darkness. Zhao Feng was in the darkness, and Yi Moyu's figure was nowhere to be seen. Many of the spectators were familiar with Yi Moyu's night shadow bloodline. This bloodline allowed Yi Moyu to merge into the darkness domain and appear in any region of the night. My senses are greatly restricted in this domain, but Yi Moyu's speed is raised to the maximum. His body is also like moonlight, and the damage I take is halved. Zhao Feng stood still and didn't move. In a situation where the enemy was in the dark and he was in the light, staying still was the wisest choice. Once Zhao Feng attacked, Yi Moyu would be able to catch a slight opening. Traceless, dark night. Suddenly, a dark and formless mysterious aura swept across the night sky. Shua! A cold wind had already reached Zhao Feng's body, and he felt a piercing pain on his skin. So fast! By the time Zhao Feng sensed the abnormality, Yi Moyu's attacks had already landed on him. This was because Yi Moyu could merge into the darkness domain and teleport anywhere. It was comparable to the little thieving cat's spatial abilities. Bo! Zhao Feng's bloodline started to move, and a ripple of blue water appeared on his body. Wang, when Yi Moyu's attack landed on the ripples, it was like he had fallen into an ocean. His power was completely absorbed. Purple destruction, wind, lightning claw. Zhao Feng's first counterattack was to slap behind him, but he missed. Yi Moyu's voice appeared on the other side of the darkness domain. Zhao Feng's eyes squinted. This Yi Moyu was indeed hard to deal with. In the darkness domain, Yi Moyu was like a fish in water. He could teleport anywhere and leave the instant he attacked. In this situation, he could attack his opponent, but his opponent wouldn't be able to do anything to him. As expected of Yi Moyu, he made Zhao Feng reveal his bloodline power. The black-robed elder smiled faintly. In the first round, neither Yi Moyu nor Zhao Feng had the upper hand. The defense of Zhao Feng's water bloodline is truly monstrous. The might of my attacks is greatly boosted in the night, yet I can't injure him at all. Yi Moyu's figure merged into the night. However, the corner of his mouth curled up into a smile. He was now at his peak state. The enemy was in the light while he was in the dark. He had the upper hand. As for Zhao Feng, he was more or less exhausted from the continuous battles. Very interesting, but my goal is to win 100 matches in a row, so I have to end this quickly. Zhao Feng's eyes turned sharp as the aura of his water bloodline surged. His bloodline physique emitted the aura of a primordial beast. How could this be? Under this aura, Yi Moyu's bloodline power trembled and was suppressed. Yi Moyu couldn't believe that apart from the 10,000 ancient races, there was another bloodline that could suppress his night shadow bloodline. In the blink of an eye, Ice Imperial Seal, Ice Imperial Domain. Zhao Feng roared as a blue, crystal-like seal condensed in his palm, and he pressed it into the ground. Boom! The deep blue ice light seal was like an ice lotus blooming. It suddenly expanded dozens of times and extended into the ground, forming a sparkling ice-sealed area. Instantly, a layer of sparkling blue ice seal barrier with ancient patterns floating on its surface enveloped an area, freezing and sealing everything in the surrounding area. Within the area of ice, a forbidden power of the Ice Imperial Domain spread through the air and froze everything. My void sky darkness! Yi Moyu, who had merged into the night, was shocked. His body turned cold as he looked at the darkness around him, which was sealed by a layer of ice. Even he within the Ice Empress Domain felt his blood and qi condense, and his body showed signs of turning ice cold. Zhao Feng's bloodline power is even stronger than Yi Moyu's night shadow bloodline. The power of ice and water is so pure that it's close to the origin. The eternally sealed palace, Lord's expression changed. In the clash of bloodline secret techniques, Zhao Feng directly suppressed Yi Moyu. Ice explosion. Before Yi Moyu could escape, Zhao Feng's crystal-like fist smashed onto the ground. Bung! Boom! In an instant, the area that was sealed in ice crystals exploded into millions of ice shards and cold winds. A catastrophic cold gale swept through the entire arena. The array around the arena shook, and a layer of frost formed on its surface. For a moment, the arena was covered in frost and wind, and everything was blurry. Bam! A sorry figure was sent flying out of the arena by the terrifying hail of cold light. He spat out a mouthful of blood in midair. Plop! When Yi Moyu landed on the ground, his body was frozen like an ice statue. The arena was in an uproar. A tough challenger like Yi Moyu had been thrown out of the arena by Zhao Feng in such a barbaric manner. Although I used up some of my bloodline power, this is the fastest and easiest way to win, Zhao Feng murmured. Without using his god's spiritual eye, he was restricted by Yi Moyu's domain and couldn't lock onto his opponent. The 70-second match. The judge continued to announce. Starting from the 70th match, the strength of each opponent wasn't simple. Their battle power was at least at the late-stage small origin core realm, and some had even reached the peak small origin core realm. Their battle power was at least comparable to Lianya and the skeletal division leader. In order to end the battle quickly, Zhao Feng had to use his purple destruction true yuan or bloodline power. 72 wins, 73 wins, 74 wins. Zhao Feng's winning streak continued to rise. The spectators in the arena were all excited and focused on the battle. Purple lightning wind ring. The purple lightning around Zhao Feng turned into streaks of purple light that radiated an aura of destruction that could destroy everything in its path. Bam! 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 In just one move, 3 late-stage small origin core realms were sent flying, and their bodies were scorched black. SII. The spectators all took in a cold breath. This was insane. Those were 3 late-stage small origin core realms. You can't do this. Go up one by one and waste his yuan qi. The expression of the elder in red changed dramatically as he stopped them. Zhao Feng often fought 2 or 3 people at the same time. This was extremely efficient. The 80th match. Bloodwing's demonic sovereign. A scarlet-robed venerable had a black mole between his eyebrows, and a layer of snake-like blood floated around his body. He gave off a domineering and bloody demonic aura. Exclamations sounded. This Bloodwing's demonic sovereign was the expert who had defeated Yimayu in one move, and his cultivation had reached the peak small origin core realm. Bloodwing's demonic light. The blood-robed sovereign laughed coldly as a pair of demonic bloodwings appeared on his body. His power was comparable to a great origin core realm sovereign lord. At this moment, even Zhao Feng felt a faint pressure. Boom! Boom! The blood-robed sovereign's attack contained the power of the demonic bloodwings, and the entire arena glowed with a blood-colored light. Wings of wind and lightning. A pair of purple destruction wind lightning wings extended behind Zhao Feng's back, and the true yuan within his body started to glitter with a purple light. Boom! A terrifying surge of purple destruction wind lightning resounded across the arena, and lightning filled the sky as it radiated an ancient aura of destruction. Vaguely, there seemed to be a world annihilation thunder dragon roaring within the destructive storm. Arg! The Bloodwing's demonic sovereign screamed as his body was sent flying out of the arena like a piece of paper. 80 consecutive wins, one in one move. Tung! The elder in red couldn't sit still anymore, and his expression was solemn. Sending the Bloodwing's demonic sovereign flying in one move, is this his true strength? Yimoyu's face was pale with shock. One had to know that. When the Bloodwing's demonic sovereign used the secret technique, his battle power was comparable to a great origin core realm sovereign lord for a short amount of time. 81 consecutive wins. 85 consecutive wins. 89 consecutive wins. He was unstoppable. Zhao Feng's purple destruction, wind, lightning, and bloodline power were unleashed. Only then did he display his true strength. After the 90th battle, the battle power of his opponents reached a new level. The battle power of these opponents was at least comparable to the Bloodwing's demonic sovereign, and their bloodline techniques and abilities were all famous across the region. 91 consecutive wins. 92 consecutive wins. 93 consecutive wins. Zhao Feng's victories weren't as easy as before, and he was fully focused on dealing with bloodline techniques and abilities. The battle power of these opponents are all close to the great origin core realm, and they're comparable to normal sovereign lords. Zhao Feng felt pressured. He wouldn't put one or two opponents like this in his eyes. However, as the battles continued, Zhao Feng's mental energy, bloodline power, and true yuan were being expended. Many of the later opponents could easily defeat Yimayu. 94 consecutive wins. 95 consecutive wins. 96 consecutive wins. Zhao Feng! Zhao Feng! Zhao! The arena was filled with enthusiastic cheers, and their voices were like a torrent. Many spectators were filled with excitement as they waited for the record of 100 consecutive wins. He's too strong. Captain's bloodline power and wind lightning techniques still suppress everyone even after the 90th win. Li Yenya was stunned. However, after the 95th match, beads of sweat appeared on Zhao Feng's forehead. There were traces of exhaustion in his expression. Although my purple destruction true yuan is powerful, it's less than normal small origin core realms. Zhao Feng realized the problem. When he was breaking through to the origin core realm, he absorbed the heaven-earth aura from the ancient dream realm, and his core was 10 times more condensed. Humph! A cold light flashed on the elder's face. Next, the 96th and 97th battles were against extremely strong opponents comparable to great origin core realm sovereign lords. Zhao Feng circulated his bloodline power and swung the ice imperial spear, but he still defeated his opponent with an overwhelming advantage. However, at this moment, more than half of Zhao Feng's true yuan and bloodline power had been used up. 3 more battles. Will the miracle of 100 consecutive wins appear? In the arena, there was a wave of enthusiasm. The 98th battle. A faint smile appeared on the judge's face. Brat, it's over. A vast and boundless power of yuan qi descended from the sky, as if it had fused with the natural universe. Shua! As soon as the words were spoken, an elder with white hair appeared on the arena. Great Origin Core Realm. Sovereign Lord? This has surpassed the 100-win challenge of a small Origin Core Realm. The arena was in an uproar. According to the rules, the last 3 battles of 100 consecutive wins can have an expert of a higher cultivation. The black-robed old man smiled lightly. At this moment in time, over half of Zhao Feng's bloodline and true yuan had been used up. How was he going to face the next 3 great Origin Core Realm Sovereign Lords? Chapter 615. I didn't think that the last 3 would be Sovereign Lords at the Great Origin Core Realm. What a pity. If Zhao Feng wasn't so arrogant and challenged 100 times in one go, there might have been some hope. Many of the spectators sighed and revealed regretful and pitiful expressions. At this moment in time, beads of sweat appeared on Zhao Feng's forehead, and his breathing quickened. It couldn't be denied that Zhao Feng had a high chance of winning against normal Great Origin Core Realms. After all, many of his previous opponents had battle power that had reached the level of a normal Sovereign Lord in a short amount of time. I've used over 70% of my true yuan and bloodline power. Zhao Feng inspected the opponent in front of him. The elder's cultivation had reached the middle stages of the Great Origin Core Realm, which was already the highest cultivation limit. There's still 3 opponents left. I need to finish this quickly. Zhao Feng's eyes twinkled. Start, the judge waved his hand. Iron Wall Mountain. As the old man with flowery hair waved his hand, layers of mountain walls made of light and shadows appeared, forming a layer of bronze walls and golden mountains and rivers. The environment of the world suddenly changed, looking majestic and magnificent. Boom! Boom! The elder didn't relax at all and continued to use Iron Wall Country to first defend and then attack, pressuring Zhao Feng. A Sovereign Lord is shameless enough to fight a battle of attrition with Captain. Disdain and unhappiness appeared on the Yunya's face. It wasn't hard to see that the elder just wanted to stall Zhao Feng. His desire to win wasn't strong. Water Spirit Divine Change. Zhao Feng's body was covered in a layer of dark blue light that twisted and overlapped with each other. His body seemed to be in liquid form, and ripples appeared on his body. In that instant, Zhao Feng's body turned into a water spirit giant. Boom! 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 The elder's attack was like a stone sinking into the ocean. Zhao Feng ignored it and passed through it, under the water spirit divine change. Zhao Feng's defense was undefeatable, and his physical attacks contained limitless power. Break! The water giant that Zhao Feng had transformed into punched out with his palms. Every time he attacked, a deep blue water light surged like an ancient flood. Within the deep blue water, there were some mysterious floating image totems that gave off an ancient aura. As he continued to absorb the ancient dream realm aura, Zhao Feng's bloodline began to change in an unknown way. Boom! Kacha! In a head-on clash, the old man was forced to retreat repeatedly. After exchanging 2 or 3 blows, the old man spat out a mouthful of blood and stubbornly held on. Primordial aura? Could it be that Zhao Feng's bloodline is also from the 10,000 ancient races? Otherwise, how could it be so strong? The eternally sealed temple lord fell into deep thought. At this moment, boom! The formation on the stage shook violently, and the old man was sent flying backward. It must be the 10,000 ancient races. The flowery-haired old man's face was pale and filled with shock. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't be able to accept being defeated by a small Origin Core Realm. But what if the opponent had a legendary bloodline of the 10,000 ancient races? Even if he lost, it wouldn't be shameful. Zhao Feng recovered his body of flesh and blood and said, "You're flattering me. My bloodline is still a bit weaker than the 10,000 ancient races." Zhao Feng had seen the strength of the 10,000 ancient races' bloodlines before. Honestly speaking, Zhao Feng's current bloodline aura wasn't any weaker than the 10,000 ancient races. However, Zhao Feng felt that his bloodline power was still a bit weaker than Zhang Fan's. My bloodline power will be able to compete with the legendary bloodlines of the 10,000 ancient races sooner or later after absorbing the ancient Dream Realm aura. Zhao Feng's heart surged. He clearly remembered how his bloodline power was suppressed the first time he faced Zhang Fan's bloodline aura. But now, Zhao Feng's bloodline aura was on par with Zhang Fan's from a year ago. The 99th match. The way the judge looked at Zhao Feng was completely different. The atmosphere in the arena became even more heated, and some spectators even held their breaths. I didn't think that even a sovereign lord of the great Origin Core realm would be defeated by Zhao Feng. Everyone had underestimated Zhao Feng's strength. Even the arena officials and the eternally sealed temple master were no exception. Arena 99th match. Zhao Feng, you're indeed very strong. I admire you. It was a beautiful woman in a red robe. She was polite and had an elegant temperament. It's a pity that your bloodline true essence is depleted. Even if you can defeat me, you won't be able to defeat me. Even if you can beat me, you won't be able to win the 100th match. The female in red robes said with pity. She could tell that Zhao Feng only had 10% of his bloodline true yuan left. Zhao Feng stood still with a calm expression. His state of existence was extremely strong, and his recovery speed was comparable to some legendary bloodlines of the 10,000 ancient races. Fire Phoenix technique. The red-robed woman saw this and swiftly attacked, her body bathed in dazzling flames. She was like a flaming phoenix, and with a heaven-shaking phoenix cry, she lunged at Zhao Feng. In terms of offense, this female in red robes was even stronger than the elder from before. Water Spirit Divine Form. Zhao Feng circulated his bloodline power and turned into a water spirit giant without hesitation. This time, after transforming his entire body into a giant liquid, Zhao Feng felt a sense of emptiness. Boom! Pum! The water spirit giant was undefeatable, and its attacks were like an ancient flood that suppressed the female in red robes. Within the blue water fist and palm, there were some mysterious scryer images that exuded a tremendous aura that originated from the primordial era. Even my Fire Phoenix bloodline is being suppressed. The female in red robes exchanged a few blows and her blood boiled. 10 moves later, bam! The female in red robes was sent flying out of the arena by the water spirit giant. The crowd instantly went into an uproar. 99 consecutive wins. Countless spectators felt their blood boil. Buzz! The moment Zhao Feng landed on the ground, he regained his physical body and his body swayed. Captain! Li Yenya's expression changed drastically. On the arena, Zhao Feng's face was pale, and he barely managed to stabilize his body. My bloodline power and true essence are all used up. Zhao Feng stabilized his body with his strong willpower, and he seized the time to recover some of his body's power. At this moment, the arena was silent. Many experts could only watch as Zhao Feng reached the peak of 99 consecutive wins. Was he going to fail at the last moment? TSK Jr., if you weren't so arrogant and wanted to challenge 100 consecutive wins, you would have succeeded. The elder in red robes let out a sigh of relief. Now, Zhao Feng had no more strength to fight. Moreover, the last person to appear was also a monstrous existence. What a pity! A black-clothed man with a ramrod straight figure stepped onto the stage. The man's eyes were as bright as stars, and his face was as perfect as marble. Duan Tianjun. It's him, the winner of 100 consecutive wins 100 years ago. A small number of people in the arena recognized the man in black. So it's him. Some of the more experienced experts remembered Duan Tianjun's legendary deeds. 100 years ago, Duan Tianjun won 100 consecutive wins at the late-stage small Origin Core realm in the eternally sealed arena. 20 years ago, this Duan Tianjun broke through to the Sovereign Lord level and defeated 3 great Origin Core realm Sovereign Lords in a row. Some booing came from the arena. At this moment in time, Duan Tianjun became the focus of countless gazes, and it was as if he had stolen the halo of the main character. Xiao Feng, I saw your previous battles. If you were at your peak, you might be able to fight with me. Unfortunately, Duan Tianjun shook his head. He admired Xiao Feng's battle power. If Xiao Feng didn't want to win 100 consecutive wins, he wouldn't be in such an awkward situation. Even Duan Tianjun spent 4 to 5 days to win 100 consecutive wins 100 years ago. Furthermore, the opponents weren't as fierce as this one. Duan Tianjun, there's no doubt who will win. Xiao Feng smiled calmly. Even though his bloodline and true yuan had been used up, he was still confident. Hearing that, another uproar broke out in the arena. Does he still have some hidden cards? But his bloodline and true yuan are all used up. The expression of the elder in black became solemn. Even the eternally sealed palace Lord revealed a curious expression. His true yuan and bloodline power are all used up. According to the rules of the arena, special items such as the Void God Protection couldn't be used. Wait, Xiao Feng didn't use much of his soul power. The eternally sealed palace Lord thought normal people would ignore the soul, but the eternally sealed palace Lord was a half-step Void God realm. Right at this moment, on the arena, the situation changed. Eye of Illusion! The youth's blue hair blew in the wind, and his left eye turned into a cold abyss that radiated a fatal attraction. Duan Tianjun's heart shook. Shua! In the next instant, his consciousness was drawn away. On the arena, Xiao Feng's left eye stared at Duan Tianjun for 2 breaths, and the latter struggled with cold sweat. 2 breaths later, plop! Duan Tianjun fell to the ground, exhausted. His face was filled with helplessness and humiliation. Hua! The entire arena erupted with a sound like a mountain torrent. How is this possible? The elder in black finally felt that the soul power radiating from Xiao Feng was stronger than normal Great Origin Core Realm Sovereign Lords. My soul has absorbed the aura from the ancient Dream Realm, and it's even stronger than Duan Tianjun's. If I use my God's spiritual eye at full power, no one at the Great Origin Core Realm will be able to block it. Xiao Feng stood proudly as his blue hair and left eye turned back to black. That eye of his! The eternally sealed palace Lord's heart shook. He had only seen such a powerful eye bloodline in the spiritual sacred land. That brat hid his strength too deeply. The elder in black couldn't help but take in a cold breath. No one would have thought that Xiao Feng was still hiding his strongest eye bloodline. If it wasn't for the fact that the opponent this time was too strong, they might not even have been able to see through Xiao Feng's true strength. The creator of 100 wins in a row, Xiao Feng. The referee seemed as if he had just woken up from a dream, and he announced in a voice that sounded like a mountain torrent. This isn't just a record of 100 wins in a row, it's also a fight between 2 experts. He won 100 wins in a row in just 2 days. This is definitely a record that won't be broken in the eternally sealed islands zone in 1,000 years. The arena was in an uproar, and the sounds of discussion were ceaseless. Exciting. The eternally sealed palace Lord unknowingly stood up and stared at Xiao Feng. Chapter 616. In just 2 days, he had won 100 battles in one go. This speed had already become a record in the eternally sealed island zone. Amidst the boisterous chatter, the gazes of the foreign experts locked onto Xiao Feng. Such strength, such potential. If we can recruit him. In the arena, there was no lack of people from powerful sects and forces. It was hard to find someone with Xiao Feng's talent and strength even in 2.5-star or peak 2-star sections. As for 1-star sections, With Zhao Feng's current strength, he could sweep through normal one-star sections. This Zhao Feng's current strength has surpassed 99% of the origin core realms in the Azure Flower continent, unless he's an expert like the Patriarch. Within the 10,000 Ghost Pearl, the skeletal division leader's heart was heavy. Facing Zhao Feng, who was getting stronger and stronger, its mentality kept on changing. It wasn't thinking about how to rebel anymore, but how to work under Zhao Feng and win his master's trust. Within the arena, one family was happy while the other was sad. I didn't expect this brat to win 100 battles in a row. What a loss. I bet tens of thousands of high-grade, primal crystal stones on 90 wins. Those who had placed their bets were filled with regret. There were very few people who dared to bet on 100 wins, and they didn't dare to bet too much. At the beginning of the 100-win streak, the payout on Zhao Feng's 100-win streak was 1-30. On the second day, the payout was 1-10. After 70 wins, the payout was 1-5. On the other hand, Zhao Feng bet 1,000,000 high-grade primal crystal stones, which was equivalent to 100 million normal primal crystal stones. According to the payout of 1-30, Zhao Feng won 3 billion primal crystal stones. Ha ha ha! 3 billion primal crystal stones is enough to buy a normal one-star sect. Zhao Feng laughed heartily. Even Li Yenye got some benefits from this. Before, he had followed Zhao Feng and bet tens of thousands of primal crystal stones. Now that the payout was 30 times, he was also happy. Zhao Feng, the palace lord, will personally give you the prize. The black-robed elder walked over with a polite smile. During the challenge, he did everything he could to stop Zhao Feng. And when Zhao Feng, with his unparalleled battle prowess that looked down on his peers, won 100 consecutive victories, he had already won everyone's respect. 100-win challenge. On average, there is only one in 100 years. What are the rewards? Zhao Feng couldn't help but look forward to it. An hour later, in the arena's VIP stand, Zhao Feng received his reward. The younger generation will surpass us in time. The person who gave out the reward was the eternally sealed temple master. The eternally sealed temple Lord smiled with a hint of approval in his eyes. According to the rules, the winner of the 100-win challenge will receive a mid-grade Earth-rank weapon, a Spirit Hall gold token, and 1 billion primal crystal stones. The black-robed old man said, "The Golden Order of the Spiritual Hall, mid-grade, Earth-rank divine weapon." A burst of exclamations came from within the arena. The Spiritual Hall gold token represents the status of a first-class guest of the Void Ocean Spiritual Palace. One can stay in the VIP area and stay in any Void Ocean Spiritual Palace for free. You can also enjoy a 40% discount in the eternally sealed Void Ocean Spiritual Palace. Li Yenye couldn't help but take a deep breath. Some of the benefits of the Spiritual Hall Gold token were applicable to the Void Ocean Spiritual Palaces, such as free entry. One could enjoy a 40% discount in the eternally sealed Void Ocean Spiritual Palace. Under everyone's gaze, Zhao Feng received the Spiritual Hall Gold token, which had the mark of a 100-win challenge on it. Furthermore, a mid-grade, Earth-grade weapon was no small matter. One had to know that Earth-grade weapons were extremely rare. Many sovereigns didn't even have an Earth-grade weapon. A mid-grade, Earth-grade weapon is the most valuable of the three. Zhao Feng's eyes twinkled. Even the skeletal division leader's 9 deadly yin bone was only close to a mid-grade, Earth-grade weapon. This is an Earth-grade weapon, the Overlord hammer. The eternally sealed palace Lord gave all the rewards to Zhao Feng. The Spiritual Hall Gold token, the Overlord hammer, and 1 billion normal primal crystal stones. Zhao Feng accepted the rewards and expressed his gratitude. After the rewards, the eternally sealed palace Lord glanced at Zhao Feng before his figure blurred and disappeared from the arena. He left too quickly. Zhao Feng wanted to say something, but it was too late. He originally wanted to talk to the eternally sealed palace lord in private, but there were too many experts present. They wanted to get to know Zhao Feng. Half a day later, Zhao Feng finally walked out of the arena. "Captain, don't worry. The eternally sealed palace lord loves talent and will probably summon you in private." Li Yanyi smiled and said. After returning to the inn, Zhao Feng sat down and tried to recover his yuan qi. "I just broke through to the small origin core realm. Although the quality of my core is high, it's still not enough." Zhao Feng thought back to the process of his 100-win challenge. His core was 10 times more condensed than normal small origin core realms. Moreover, the core that was the size of a pea was emitting traces of crystallization. Only when one approached the great origin core realm would their core start to show signs of crystallization. On the other hand, Zhao Feng, he had just broken through to the origin core realm, but his core was showing signs of crystallization. Half a day later, Zhao Feng's yuan qi recovered. Such a fast recovery speed was due to his powerful bloodline. In terms of recovery, it was comparable to some of the 10,000 ancient races. Next, Zhao Feng started to organize his spoils and gave the few billion primal crystal stones from the golden token to Lulan Jishu A and the skeletal division leader. With enough primal crystal stones and resources, the strength of Zhao Feng's sailors and the cursed ghost corpses would increase rapidly. Zhao Feng placed a lot of importance on the cursed ghost corpses. With the skeletal division leader's hard work, a small portion of the cursed ghost corpses had reached the half-step origin core realm. The next day, Zhao Feng used the golden token to enter a guest room in the Void Ocean Spiritual Palace. Back then, Jiang Fan and Qin Yilin, 2 geniuses from the sacred land, had stayed in a guest room. Zhao Feng started to wait in the guest room. 3 days later, "Captain, the eternally sealed palace lord summoned Yi Mayu 2 days ago." Li Yanyi obtained some information. Hearing that, Zhao Feng's eyebrows furrowed. He didn't understand. According to logic, Zhao Feng had won 100 matches in a row and surpassed Yi Mayu in every aspect. With the eternally sealed palace lord's eyes, he should have summoned Zhao Feng as well. However, the eternally sealed palace lord hadn't done anything after summoning Yi Mayu. That shouldn't be the case. In the beginning, Li Yanyi was also puzzled. After thinking about it, Li Yanyi had a guess. "Master, no matter what the reason is, with your current status, you have the right to meet the eternally sealed palace lord." Li Yanyi suggested. "That's right. I can't wait any longer. I need to go see the eternally sealed palace lord." Zhao Feng knew that time was tight. Firstly, the pursuit of death wouldn't stop. Secondly, it was normal for someone of the eternally sealed palace lord's level to stay in seclusion for several months or even half a year. Zhao Feng couldn't wait any longer. On the same day, Zhao Feng took the spiritual hall golden token and went to the eternally sealed palace lord's palace. The golden token of the spiritual palace. The hearts of the guards in front of the palace shook, and they revealed looks of respect. "Quick, report to the palace lord." 2 of them recognized that Zhao Feng was the one who had won 100 matches in a row. A while later, news came from the palace that the eternally sealed palace lord had given his permission. All of this was not unexpected. After all, Zhao Feng's battle power was comparable to a great origin core realm. His bloodline talent was close to the 10,000 ancient races, and he had won 100 matches in a row. Within the palace in a quiet garden. "Haha, this Zhao Feng is personally paying a visit. What business does he have?" The eternally sealed palace lord smiled with his hands behind his back. Next to him stood an elegant male, Yi Mayu. Over the past few days, Yi Mayu was appreciated by the eternally sealed palace lord and received some cultivation pointers. Zhao Feng's visit made Yi Mayu feel pressured. "Palace lord, why didn't you summon Zhao Feng? He's better than me in every aspect." Yi Mayu couldn't help but ask. The eternally sealed palace lord's eyes twinkled as he spoke in a low tone. If I'm not wrong, this Xiao Feng's background isn't simple. He should come from a hidden family, and he should have at least a void god realm elder. Hearing this, Yimoyu came to a realization. That's right. If he didn't have the support of a powerful faction or a peerless expert, even if his talent and bloodline were peerless, it would be very difficult for him to achieve so much at such a young age. If Xiao Feng has a powerful force behind him, the eternally sealed palace lord won't be able to use him. Yimoyu understood. No wonder the eternally sealed palace lord wasn't too interested in Xiao Feng. In other words, with Xiao Feng's potential, the Void Ocean's spiritual palace wouldn't be able to contain him. This Xiao Feng has the faint undulation of a void god realm intent. It's obviously a protective talisman left behind by his elder. The eternally sealed palace, Lord murmured. Being a half-step void god realm, he could sense the faint aura from Xiao Feng. Not long after, Xiao Feng's figure appeared in the eternally sealed palace, Lord's sight. Yimoyu, on the other hand, had already left. Greetings, Palace Lord. Xiao Feng bowed to the eternally sealed palace, Lord with the status of a junior, neither arrogant nor rash. Such mental state is rare. The eternally sealed palace, Lord nodded his head. From every aspect, Xiao Feng was a perfect genius, and he could even be compared to some of the top geniuses of the sacred land. After sitting down, Xiao Feng and the eternally sealed palace Lord exchanged some pleasantries. Palace Lord, this junior has come to pay a visit this time because I have a request. If the Palace Lord can help me, this junior will remember it and repay you in the future. Xiao Feng soon got to the main topic. Oh, what does a genius that has won 100 matches need my help with? The eternally sealed palace Lord smiled. This wasn't unexpected. Being the palace lord of a void ocean spiritual palace, he had power. It wasn't rare for people to come to him for help. Sometimes, even void god realm kings would come to him for help. This is related to the zone teleportation array within the void ocean spiritual palace. Xiao Feng told the eternally sealed palace Lord what he wanted. The eternally sealed palace Lord instantly understood. So, Xiao Feng wanted to go to the true martial sacred land and use the zone teleportation array to save time. You should know that the zone teleportation array isn't usually used outside. Furthermore, the place you're going to is the true martial sacred land. The sacred land is also isolated from the outside world, and you can't enter or leave as you please. The eternally sealed palace Lord's eyebrows furrowed as if he was in a difficult position. Xiao Feng waited silently and felt slightly uneasy. If he wanted to travel, it would take him 5 to 6 years, and he would face the pursuit of death along the way. After thinking for a while, the eternally sealed palace Lord said seriously, Xiao Feng, you're not a member of the sacred land, and your background is unknown. If I help you, I will have to take a big risk. Chapter 617. If I go against my principles to help you, I will have to bear a great risk. The eternally sealed palace Lord's attitude was clear. Although Xiao Feng was mentally prepared, he was still disappointed and his heart went cold. Palace Lord, is there no other way? Xiao Feng didn't give up. There is basically no way that works. The spirit realm sacred land is a blessed land that has existed since the ancient times. It is an independent and sealed space that can only be entered through the entrance or the teleportation array. However, both the entrance and the teleportation array are guarded by experts of the sacred land. It is difficult to pass through. The eternally sealed palace Lord said confidently. As the Void Ocean Palace Lord, he came from the spirit realm's sacred land and knew the rules of the sacred land very well. Hearing this, Xiao Feng understood the crux of the matter. The biggest difficulty was that the spirit realm's sacred land had strict restrictions on outsiders. It was difficult to enter. Actually, the eternally sealed palace Lord could teleport Zhao Feng to a nearby island zone or avoid Ocean's spiritual palace near the true martial sacred land without taking too much of a risk. However, the spirit realm sacred land was a cultivation sacred land in the vast ocean. It was a higher-level blessed land that ordinary island zones couldn't compare to. Only a place like that could give birth to a 3-star sect. Such a higher-level spatial resource was naturally controlled by a small number of people and restricted to outsiders, unless you can become a member of the sacred land. However, to join the sacred land, you must first enter the true martial sacred land. The eternally sealed palace Lord couldn't help but shake his head. Zhao Feng sighed in his heart. He thought that if he couldn't teleport to the spirit realm's sacred land, then he would go to the void ocean's spiritual palace near the sacred land. You have the spiritual palace gold token. If you are willing to pay a large amount of primal crystal stones to activate the array, I can teleport you to the spiritual palace closest to the sacred land. The eternally sealed palace Lord could agree to this. Zhao Feng fell into deep thought. The eternally sealed palace Lord smiled and waited for Zhao Feng's answer. The eternally sealed palace Lord was actually slightly curious. Why was Zhao Feng in such a hurry to go to the sacred land? With Zhao Feng's talent, it would only take him a few more years to join the spirit realm's sacred land. Senior, before that, I need to ask you about someone. Zhao Feng suddenly said. The main reason he went to the true martial sacred land was to find someone. Tell me about it? I've stayed in the holy land of spirit realm for hundreds of years. As long as they're not nameless, they'll know a thing or two. The eternally sealed temple master was very confident. Zhao Feng took a deep breath, and the purple saint partial spirit's words appeared in his mind. Zhao Feng, take my purple saint token and go to the true martial sacred land to find a person called Duanmu Qing. But I can't be sure if that person is still alive. But if he's still alive, he'll definitely be able to help you. He's worthy of your trust. Senior, do you know of a person called Duanmu Qing? Zhao Feng's expression didn't change. Duanmu Qing? The one with the surname Duanmu. Could it be? The eternally sealed temple Lord's expression suddenly changed. Duanmu Qing, the expression of the eternally sealed palace Lord, who is as powerful as a half-step king, clearly fluctuated. Could it be that you have some relationship with Duanmu Qing? The eternally sealed temple Lord was uncharacteristically excited and lost his composure. His voice hurried. Obviously, the name Duanmu Qing gave the eternally sealed palace Lord a huge shock. Zhao Feng paused for a moment before replying. Senior, Duanmu Qing has some relationship with an ancestor of mine. That ancestor's lifespan is almost up, and he asked me to go to the true martial sacred land to join him. Hearing this, the eternally sealed palace Lord's expression changed, and the way he looked at Zhao Feng was completely different. Zhao Feng, if what you said is true, then I'll take the risk to help you find Duanmu Qing. The eternally sealed palace Lord's words suddenly changed. Zhao Feng couldn't help but feel weird. The eternally sealed palace Lord's change was too fast. Just a moment ago, the eternally sealed palace Lord didn't want to take the risk for Zhao Feng, but when he heard the name Duanmu Qing, he was willing to help. This was quite unbelievable. Thank you, Senior. Zhao Feng obviously wouldn't reject and immediately thanked the eternally sealed palace Lord. They chatted for a while longer. Zhao Feng, go back and wait for the news. I'll need to contact a few friends and make a plan to complete this. The eternally sealed palace Lord's tone became friendlier. Returning to his residence, Zhao Feng couldn't help but murmur. It looks like Duanmu Qing is still alive, and he's at least an upper echelon in the sacred land. To him, this was undoubtedly good news. In the next period of time, Zhao Feng waited for news as he cultivated. Right now, Zhao Feng's focus was on accumulating the core in his body. The Void Ocean Spiritual Palace's environment was better than normal islands, and it was good for cultivation. Here, Zhao Feng used the Spiritual Hall's golden token to buy some wind and lightning elemental crystals, including some heaven spirit treasures, at a discounted price. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. Zhao Feng focused on cultivating, and his cultivation speed was extremely fast. The soybean-sized core in his dantian had increased in size. From now on, Zhao Feng didn't have any bottlenecks from the small origin core realm to the great origin core realm. All he needed was time. This was because Zhao Feng's state of existence and soul were both at the great origin core realm. In the past half a month, Zhao Feng had entered the ancient dream realm twice. Zhao Feng was absorbing the aura from the ancient dream realm mainly for his soul. However, when his soul reached the great origin core realm, the effect would decrease. Zhao Feng's state of existence was as slow as a turtle's. As for the heart blood essence, it had no effect on Zhao Feng. My state of existence has reached the limits of the great origin core realm. Since my soul hasn't reached the limits of the great origin core realm, there's still some effect. Zhao Feng started to think, if he just absorbed the aura from the ancient dream realm, the effect would be negligible. Then, Zhao Feng's next goal was to explore the ancient dream realm. 75 breaths, 80 breaths, 85 breaths, 90 breaths. Zhao Feng stood in the ancient dream realm. He lasted for 90 breaths, close to 100 breaths. Zhao Feng even tried to take a step inside, and the pressure he had to endure was multiplied. Wah! Zhao Feng spat out a mouthful of blood, and his consciousness returned to the real world. This time, Zhao Feng kept some of the ancient dream realm aura in his body. Shua! He touched the 10,000 ghost pearl, and a cursed ghost corpse appeared in front of Zhao Feng. Go! Zhao Feng controlled the wisp of ancient dream realm aura and merged it into the cursed ghost corpse's body. After absorbing so much of the ancient dream realm aura, Zhao Feng was able to control it more skillfully. See, the cursed ghost corpse absorbed a wisp of the ancient dream realm aura, and its body started to change. After it was completely absorbed, Zhao Feng observed it closely. The ghost corpse's body has become stronger, and the aura of death and hatred within it is purer than before. It's closer to the origin. Zhao Feng concluded. The aura of the ancient dream realm seemed to have an effect on all types of energy and constitutions. The ancient dream realm aura had the same effect on Zhao Feng and the cursed ghost corpses. The ancient dream realm aura doesn't have much of an effect on my state of existence. I'll first merge a wisp of the ancient dream realm aura into each ghost corpse. For the next few days, Zhao Feng was extremely busy. Since he had been in the ancient dream realm for longer, he could bring out more ancient dream realm aura. 4 or 5 days later, all the cursed ghost corpses had successfully absorbed the ancient dream realm aura. Within the 10,000 ghost pearl, the skeletal division leader's heart jumped when it saw the changes in the ghost corpse's aura. The potential of these cursed ghost corpses has increased. In the past, some ghost corpses could only reach the half-step origin core realm, but now their potential and speed have increased. The skeletal division leader was obviously more familiar with the cursed ghost corpses. It could see the changes of the cursed ghost corpses even more clearly than Zhao Feng. 10 days later, the eternally sealed palace Lord sent a message asking for Zhao Feng. Senior, what's the situation like? Zhao Feng's heart was filled with impatience. The next moment might very well affect his fate. It was just like when he first met Lord Guanjuan and entered the world of cultivation. Zhao Feng, I've prepared everything. I'll be able to help you enter the true martial, sacred land soon. The eternally sealed palace Lord smiled brightly. That was great. Zhao Feng's tense heart couldn't help but relax as joy appeared on his face. This is a guest token from the sacred land. It's extremely rare, and it took me a lot of effort to get it. The eternally sealed palace. Lord flipped his palm, and a token appeared. The token was pure white like jade and suffused with a golden luster. There was only one word written on it: guest. Guest token. Zhao Feng understood the use of this token. This guest token allows non-members of the sacred land to stay in the true martial sacred land for a short period of time, but there are some restrictions. The eternally sealed palace, Lord explained. Guest token. Zhao Feng took the token and found that it was made of a special material that could be compared to the Purple Saint token. This token has a time limit and can only let you stay in the true martial sacred land for 10 days. The eternally sealed palace, Lord said. 10 days? That's a bit short. Zhao Feng murmured as he put away the guest token. It's a bit short, but success or failure will depend on what you do in these 10 days, and there will be a certain amount of risk. The eternally sealed palace, Lord didn't deny it. It took him a lot of effort to get a guest token for 10 days. After that, the eternally sealed palace, Lord told him what to do. Firstly, it's not possible to use the teleportation array from here to go to the spiritual sacred land, because you're only a guest and not a member of the sacred land. Even if I take the risk, there are experts of the sacred land guarding the other end of the teleportation array. The eternally sealed palace, Lord rejected this idea. The first step is to use the teleportation array to send you to the Void Ocean Spiritual Palace, which is closest to the sacred land. The second step is to enter the sacred land with a group from a sect. Your guest token came from the sect that's stationed in the Saint Land. It didn't take long for the eternally sealed Hall Master to explain his thoughts. After that, there were some details. Although it's a bit troublesome, I can use the teleportation array to go near the true martial sacred land and save a few years of time. Zhao Feng nodded as he understood the details. Chapter 618. After memorizing all the details, Zhao Feng took the guest token and left the eternally sealed palace, Lord's Palace. Before using the teleportation array, Zhao Feng still had some things he needed to do. He and the eternally sealed palace, Lord agreed to use the teleportation array 3 days later. Back at his residence, Zhao Feng immediately gathered Li Yunya and Lulan Jishui to discuss the trip. In 3 days, I'll bring all of you to the true Martial Saint Land's island zone using the teleportation grand formation. Zhao Feng smiled and said. Hearing this, Li Yunya and Lulan Jishui both revealed joyful expressions. The skeletal division leader within the 10,000 Ghost Pearl was also excited. The spiritual sacred land was the center of the ocean and ruled over hundreds of island zones. Legends said that there were even 3-star sects there. Of course, taking them close to the sacred land was the first step. After that, Zhao Feng wanted to enter the true martial sacred land alone. There was only one guest token. For this reason, Zhao Feng was the only one who could enter the sacred land. Hearing this, Li Yunya, Lulan Jishui, and company were slightly disappointed. The spiritual sacred land wasn't a place that just anyone could enter. Zhao Feng smiled faintly. Don't worry, the true martial sacred land isn't my final destination. But if I need to stay there for a while, I'll find a way to bring you in. Li Yunya couldn't help but think. Zhao Feng's goal was the true martial sacred land, and he even convinced the eternally sealed palace lord. He definitely had some background. At the same time, Li Yunya and Lulan Jishui were curious about Zhao Feng's final destination. 3 days later, Zhao Feng and the sailors gathered in an ancient hall within the Void Ocean Spiritual Palace. This hall was heavily guarded, and there were 4 or 5 supremacies overseeing it. Zhao Feng could faintly feel the aura of a half-step king apart from the eternally sealed palace lord. There's a half-step king guarding the teleportation grand formation, and there's so many powerful warriors guarding it. Zhao Feng was speechless. Furthermore, The palace itself contained a powerful array that could easily kill an Origin Core Realm expert. Not only that, the eternally sealed Hall Master's residence was near the teleportation formation. With such a lineup, even a virtual god would have to think twice before barging in. Not long after, an ancient bronze formation platform with a dragon carved on it entered everyone's line of sight. Even with Zhao Feng's god's spiritual eye, it was hard for him to see through the structure of the array on the platform. This was because the structure of the formation contained profound spatial principles. To a certain extent, it could be said that it had already surpassed the shackles of three-dimensional space. Although Zhao Feng's god spiritual eye was powerful, it wasn't a spatial eye. Sending you to the true Marshall Island zone will cost around 8 supreme-grade primal crystal stones. With a pained expression, the eternally sealed palace lord took out 8 special essence crystal stones. The top-grade primal crystal stone was like a precious crystal treasure, translucent and flawless, and it emitted boundless and pure heaven-earth yuan qi. Top-grade primal crystal stones. The expressions of everyone present changed. Top-grade primal crystal stones are basically the highest tier of primal crystal stones in the fan universe. The legendary top-grade primordial crystal stone. It is said that one piece can be exchanged for 1 million high-grade primordial crystal stones. Li Yenya, Lulan Jishui, and company had their eyes opened. No one present had ever seen a top-grade primal crystal stone before. One had to know, a high-grade primal crystal stone was equivalent to 1 million normal primal crystal stones. Primal crystal stones, from substandard to low-grade, middle-grade, and high-grade, all had a 100:1 exchange rate. However, it was different when it came to top-grade primal crystal stones. One top-grade primal crystal stone was worth 1 million high-grade primal crystal stones. This was because top-grade primal crystal stones were almost extinct in the world. There's no helping it. Only the power of top-grade primal crystal stones can activate the teleportation formation. Apparently, the core power of the teleportation formation in the sacred land requires even higher god crystals to activate. The eternally sealed palace lord sighed. As he spoke, he inlaid 8 top-grade primordial crystal stones around the bronze dragon engraved formation platform. God crystals? The hearts of Zhao Feng and company shook. There was something that surpassed top-grade primal crystal stones in this world. God crystals. From the looks of it, being a half-step king and coming from the spiritual sacred land, the eternally sealed palace, Lord's knowledge was extraordinary. God crystals originate from the era of the ancient gods. They can't be formed naturally in the current world. Therefore, any god crystal represents limitless value in this world. However, even void god realm kings and emperors can't absorb the power of god crystals. The eternally sealed palace, Lord smiled and said, "Soon." The energy of the teleportation formation was fully stored. The ancient formation platform lit up with a sparkling white light as countless silver runes spread out and covered the entire platform. In order to activate this array, an array master that specialized in spatial laws was needed. "It's done," the spatial array master said faintly. Before leaving, Zhao Feng decided to exchange the top-grade primal crystal stones he had used to the eternally sealed palace lord for high-grade primal crystal stones. Last time in the arena, he had bet 1 million high-grade primal crystal stones on himself. The eternally sealed palace lord shook his head and smiled. With his wealth, he didn't lack for primal crystal stones. "Let's go." Zhao Feng looked deeply at the eternally sealed palace lord before leading everyone onto the formation. He knew that he owed the eternally sealed palace lord a favor. An intense spatial fluctuation enveloped the bronze dragon engraved ancient formation platform. The eternally sealed palace lord watched as Zhao Feng and company disappeared into the array. For the sake of that brat, We cleared so many links and let him enter the Holy Land. Is it all worthwhile? The spatial array master asked. With his talent, as well as his relationship with Duan Muqing, it's all worth it. The eternally sealed palace, Lord said. Duan Muqing? Could it be that expert from the mystic, true, sacred clan? The spatial array master's heart shook, and he couldn't help but take a deep breath. At the same time, on the other side of the limitless ocean, more than a dozen figures appeared on the ancient formation. It was Zhao Feng and company. When they first appeared, Lulan Jishui and company almost fell to the ground. Using the regional teleportation grand formation would cause a spatial shift. The imbalance in pressure was simply too great. Even Li Yenya felt a little uncomfortable. We're here. Zhao Feng had it easy. His state of existence and body had reached the peak of the great origin core realm, and his bloodline power was close to the 10,000 ancient races. Behind him, everyone couldn't help but inspect their surroundings. Instantly, everyone at the scene could not help but gasp. They were now in a small castle, and there were occasional spatial disturbances. 1, 2, 3, 8. Zhao Feng counted and found that there were a total of 8 teleportation arrays. On top of that, the guards of this castle were at least Great Origin Core Realm Sovereign Lords, and there were 7 or 8 half-step kings. Furthermore, Zhao Feng could even faintly feel the existence of Void God Realm Kings. This is the true martial Void Ocean Spiritual Palace. Take out your tokens. A half-step king stood in front of the array, and wherever his gaze passed, the heaven-earth Yuan Qi seemed to freeze. Everyone felt like they were suffocating. Lulan Jishui and company's souls seemed to be locked down, and they couldn't even think of going against him. Guest token, Spiritual Palace Golden Token, Eternally Sealed Token. Zhao Feng waved his hand and took out several tokens. The half-step king paused. So you're friend of the eternally sealed palace, Lord. Not far away, a white-bearded old man was already paying attention. His figure flickered and he arrived. Oh, Old Man Li. So these are the guests of the Golden Mountain sect. The half-step void god realm guarding the place smiled in understanding. He didn't make things difficult and let Zhao Feng and company through. You must be Zhao Feng. I've been waiting for a long time. The white-bearded old man inspected Zhao Feng and smiled. You're elderly? Zhao Feng wasn't surprised. The eternally sealed palace, Lord had told him before they left. Only by passing through all the steps would Zhao Feng be able to enter the true martial sacred land. That's me. You can just call me Old Man Li. The white-bearded old man was very friendly and led Zhao Feng and company out of the castle. On the way, Li Yenya, Lulan Jishui, and company were uneasy. After walking out of the castle, they arrived at the Void Ocean Spiritual Palace of the True Martial Island Zone. This Void Ocean Spiritual Palace was more than 10 times bigger than the ones in the Eternally Sealed Island Zone and Thousand Flow Island Zone. So, the sounds of flying came from sovereigns at the Origin Core Realm and even sovereign lords. Occasionally, Zhao Feng could even feel the aura of a void god realm. Oh my god, what kind of place is this? Li Yenya, Lulan Jishui, and company were filled with fear. We're both spiritual sacred lands, but why is the difference so big? Zhao Feng was stunned. Seeing the expressions of Zhao Feng and company, the white-bearded old man Li smiled. This is the true martial island zone. Many forces are competing for the right to enter the spiritual sacred land. True martial island zone. Zhao Feng and company felt that this island zone was different from normal island zones. The true martial island zone is the strongest island zone in the ocean. There are 1 to 200 2-star sects here, and many of them are peak 2-star sects. The white-bearded old man Li sighed. 1 to 200 2-star sects? Zhao Feng and company couldn't help but gape. Apart from the 3-star sects, there are 33 spots for 2-star sects to enter the spiritual sacred land. Over the years, these sects have competed with each other. After all, 2-star sects can only become 3-star sects in the sacred land. The white-bearded old man Li briefly explained the situation. Zhao Feng and the others couldn't help but understand. Because the sacred land of spirit was here, the true Marshall Island zone was the center of the competition between the sects in the Great Sea region. And all of this, it was all because of the competition to enter the spiritual sacred land. A while later, the white-bearded old man Li brought Zhao Feng and company to a large building in the Void Ocean Spiritual Palace. This is the reception point of the Golden Mountain Sect in the Void Ocean Spiritual Palace. The Golden Mountain Sect is one of the 33 sects in the spiritual sacred land. The white-bearded old man Li was slightly proud. A sect in the sacred land? Li Yenya and company couldn't help but feel respect. The sects that could enter the sacred land were definitely the top of the 2-star sections. They were several times stronger than the Moon Demon Palace and Black Cliff Palace. However, the strongest auras Zhao Feng felt at the entrance of the Golden Mountain Sect were from a few half-step kings. The white-bearded old man Li was one of them. The Golden Mountain Sect has 3,000 spots in the sacred land. Most of the elites are there. Due to the losses in the sacred land, we will be replenishing some experts and disciples. Chapter 619. With old Li's explanation, Zhao Feng roughly understood the situation of the Golden Mountain Sect. Most of the elites of the Golden Mountain Sect were stationed in the true Marshall Sacred Land. The outer forces were numerous and existed in the true Marshall Island zone alongside the other 2-star sections. Zhao Feng will send some experts and geniuses to the true Marshall Sacred Land in 2 months. Since you have a guest token, you can come with us to the sacred land. White-bearded old Li said, "Thank you, senior." Zhao Feng nodded his head. Li Yenya and Lulan Jishui, who were next to him, had envious expressions. On the same day, old Li settled Zhao Feng and company at the entrance of the Golden Mountain Sect. The treatment of Zhao Feng and company wasn't bad. They were placed in an independent courtyard. One had to know that this was the true Marshall Island zone where all the 2-star sects gathered. The Void Ocean Spiritual Palace was extremely expensive. Even if the Gold Mountain Sect had set up a reception point here, the scope was still limited. Elderly, what's that brat's background? Why did he waste our precious guest token? Usually only those at the late-stage Great Origin Core Realm or higher, or those with special abilities are invited by the clan. A Great Origin Core Realm male with a sharp nose said with some unhappiness, "In the Golden Mountain Sect, normal Great Origin Core Realm sovereign lords were only outer elders. The elders with real power were mostly half-step king warriors like Whitebeard Old Li. This brat's talent isn't bad in the sacred land. We can take him as a disciple." Another elder said. Old Li shook his head. "It's just a 10-day guest token. Plus, this brat does have some background. If he's used well, he'll be immeasurable for the Golden Mountain Sect in the future." As for Zhao Feng's background, Old Li didn't want to talk about it. How could he not see Zhao Feng's talent and potential? However, in the spiritual sacred land, the true geniuses were mostly half-disciples of 3-star sections. Within a room in the courtyard, Zhao Feng sat in a room by himself and cultivated. Several days later, he had been consolidating and increasing the core in his body. With his current physique and soul realm, his cultivation naturally progressed by leaps and bounds. As long as he increased the number of cores, Zhao Feng wouldn't have any bottlenecks at the small origin core realm. A large number of precious materials and pills of the wind and lightning attribute were rapidly consumed by Zhao Feng's hands. Luckily, he had a lot of capital. When he sealed the Void Ocean Spiritual Palace, he earned a huge sum. With the help of external forces, Zhao Feng's core was gradually accumulating and increasing. Of course, He had never given up on exploring the ancient dream realm. Every few days, he would enter the ancient dream realm and absorb the aura of the ancient dream realm into his eye bloodline power. Right now, Zhao Feng could last more than 90 breaths in the ancient dream realm. Every time he entered, he could absorb a lot of ancient dream realm aura. It was 10 times stronger than before. Therefore, Zhao Feng's eye bloodline power was becoming stronger and more condensed. It was increasing by leaps and bounds. A month passed. Zhao Feng's soul power had reached the level of a late-stage Great Origin Core realm, and it was even more condensed. Within the dimension of his left eye, the diameter of the eye bloodline lake had expanded to 600 yards. When the eye bloodline lake reaches 100 yards, my God's spiritual eye will change once more. Zhao Feng felt like he was being summoned. At this point in time, the effect of the ancient dream realm aura on his soul was greatly reduced. Zhao Feng estimated that the closer he got to the void god realm, the less effective the ancient dream realm aura would be towards him. On this day, Zhao Feng entered the ancient dream realm once again. As his state of existence and soul became stronger, Zhao Feng could last longer and longer in the ancient dream realm. 70 breaths, 80 breaths, 90 breaths. Zhao Feng easily lasted until 90 breaths. 95 breaths, 96 breaths, 97 breaths. Finally, at 97 breaths, the pressure on Zhao Feng increased, and he barely managed to take a step out of the ancient dream realm. This was like holding one's breath underwater. The further one went, the greater the pressure on one's chest. 97 breaths. I'm getting closer and closer to 100 breaths. Zhao Feng didn't get injured this time, so he left some leeway. Right now, his main focus was still on consolidating his cultivation. Over the past few days, Zhao Feng's core was quickly approaching the middle stage small origin core realm. One had to know, when Zhao Feng first broke through to the origin core realm, his core was smaller than a normal small origin core realm. However, in terms of true yuan strength, it was close to the late stage small origin core realm. On the 40th day after arriving in the true Martial Island zone, Zhao Feng was about to enter the ancient dream realm and break through 100 breaths. Little friend Zhao Feng. Old Li's voice sounded. White-bearded Old Li came to find Zhao Feng for the first time. Old Li, Zhao Feng came out to greet Old Li. He hadn't gone into seclusion because he would soon enter the true martial sacred land. It's like this. There's still 20 days before the Golden Mountain sect sends a batch of people into the sacred land. Among them are close to 10 geniuses of the Golden Mountain sect that will be sent to the sacred land. Old Li said with a smile. After saying that, he raised his hand. 9 geniuses of the Golden Mountain sect stood behind him. Since these geniuses were sent to the sacred land, they could be said to be geniuses of the quasi-sacred land. The weakest is at the peak True Lord rank. Most are at the half-step Origin Core realm, and there are 2 at the small Origin Core realm. Zhao Feng's eyes scanned over them. The talent of these geniuses surpassed the overwhelming prodigies of the Azure Flower Continent. Some of them were at the half-step Origin Core realm, and they were only in their 30s. The 2 early-stage small Origin Core realm geniuses weren't even 50 years old, according to the situation in the outside world. Those under 50 years old could be considered part of the new generation. This was because those at the True Lord rank had 300 years of lifespan, and those at the Origin Core realm had several hundred years. Little friend Zhao, these are all juniors of the Golden Mountain sect. You can teach them before we go to the sacred land. Old Li said with a smile. You juniors should talk to little friend Zhao when you have time. At the same time, he signaled the geniuses of the Golden Mountain sect with his eyes. Understood, Elder. The 9 geniuses of the Golden Mountain sect replied in unison. They didn't dare to go against the orders of an elder. Moreover, Zhao Feng's age and cultivation were enough to earn the admiration of the majority of them. It wasn't hard for Xiao Feng to guess old Li's intentions. He hoped that one or two of the disciples of the Golden Mountain sect would be able to befriend Xiao Feng. Brother Zhao, which expert are you from? To be able to break through to the origin core realm at such a young age, only Brother Yin of the Sacred Land can compare. These 9 geniuses were very curious about Xiao Feng's background. The male and female were also sovereigns of the origin core realm. One of them was a muscular man and the other was a beauty in white. The eyes of the two flickered as they sized up Xiao Feng. Although they were surprised by his age and talent, they weren't truly convinced. They were all at the origin core realm, so they should be on equal footing. Xiao Feng was interested and started to talk to the geniuses of the Golden Mountain sect. After all, these geniuses of the quasi-sacred land came from the peak 2-star Golden Mountain sect. All of their inheritances and cultivation techniques surpassed those of ordinary 2-star sections. With Xiao Feng's soul and comprehension, he also benefited a lot from the conversation. Next, Xiao Feng sparred with the 9 geniuses of the quasi-sacred land. There was a special field at the entrance of the Golden Mountain sect that could prevent the power of the origin core realm from leaking out. Even the seniors of the Golden Mountain sect were secretly paying attention to the sparring between geniuses. Firstly, several half-step origin core realm geniuses suggested sparring with Xiao Feng. You guys, let's probe him first. The skinny man, the origin core realm genius, sent a voice transmission. Naturally, a half-step origin core realm wasn't enough for Xiao Feng and was easily knocked down. A few half-step origin core realms couldn't even touch the corner of Xiao Feng's clothes. What speed! The skinny man and the beauty in white exchanged glances, and their expressions stiffened. Among the geniuses present, only the 2 of them could barely see Xiao Feng's trajectory. After defeating a few half-step origin core realms, Xiao Feng felt bored. Finally, he proposed to spar with the skinny man and the white-robed beauty, the 2 origin core realm geniuses. The words caused the geniuses of the Golden Mountain sect to feel ashamed and furious. However, while the skinny man and the beauty in white were furious, they also let out sighs of relief. With the strength and speed that Xiao Feng had just displayed, the 2 of them had little chance of winning in a one-on-one fight. In the end, what was unexpected was plop, plop. The 2 origin core realm geniuses were instantly defeated by Xiao Feng. Whoosh, whoosh. A gust of purple wind flashed past the 2 origin core realm geniuses. Purple destruction wind lightning? Could it be the inheritance of the wind lightning emperor from 10,000 years ago? The elders of the Golden Mountain sect clicked their tongues. With Xiao Feng's strength, he could instantly kill those of the same cultivation. No one under the great origin core realm would be his match. A person who's related to Duan Muqing is indeed not simple. The white-bearded old Li sighed and couldn't help but feel pity. The difference in strength between Xiao Feng and the geniuses of the Golden Mountain sect was too big. This meant that his plan wouldn't work. The 2 of them weren't on the same level, so it would be hard for them to be friends. While the geniuses of the Golden Mountain sect felt ashamed, they were also completely convinced by Xiao Feng's strength. Even senior Brother Yin, the strongest genius of our sect, might not be a match for him. The white-clothed beauty gazed at Xiao Feng with adoration. In the following days, due to the difference in strength between the 2 sides, Xiao Feng didn't interact much with the geniuses of the Golden Mountain sect. The girl in white tried to ask Xiao Feng out once or twice, but it was all over the place. As Xiao Feng cultivated, he would occasionally think of that elegant and quiet girl, that beautiful face of hers that seemed to be filled with resentment. Back then, Lu Qinxin also wore a snow-white dress, and her figure became clearer and clearer as time passed. Xiao Feng let out a long breath as a rare look of hatred appeared in his eyes. With a thought, Xiao Feng entered the ancient dream realm once again. 10 breaths, 30 breaths, 60 breaths, 90 breaths. 90 breaths later, the pressure on Zhao Feng increased. 95 breaths, 97 breaths, 99 breaths. 100 breaths. Zhao Feng was like a stone statue that had existed for thousands of years, taking root in this ancient and primordial land. Chapter 620. 100 breaths. Zhao Feng's feet seemed to be rooted in this desolate land, and the pressure on his body and soul lessened. Zhao Feng felt his body become lighter. He had a feeling that his body's compatibility with the ancient dream realm had increased. This was like the evolution of life. Some of the creatures in the ocean would enter the land and adapt to the new environment. Similarly, as the ancient aura in Zhao Feng's body increased and his soul became stronger, he started to adapt to this unique space. In the dark, this desolate land seemed to acknowledge his aura to a certain degree. As an outsider, the pressure and rejection that Zhao Feng had to endure was greatly reduced. From now on, it is much easier for me to stand on this land. Zhao Feng was overjoyed. From now on, he could stay in the ancient dream realm for a longer period of time. This way, he could absorb 10 times or even tens of times more ancient dream realm aura than before. Breaking through 100 breaths was like a watershed. Next, Zhao Feng inspected the ancient dream realm and tried to walk on this land. Currently, Zhao Feng was standing on a piece of desolate land. Far away, Zhao Feng saw a patch of grass with large trees and birds chirping nearby. Further away, Zhao Feng's god's spiritual eye saw a stream. In this world, everything was so primitive and wild, but it also gave off a feeling of endless eternity. Ta-ta! Zhao Feng breathed in the ancient dream realm aura and struggled to take a step forward. With this step, Zhao Feng suddenly felt a majestic and boundless pressure from the world, the repulsive force suddenly increasing. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Every step that Zhao Feng took was extremely difficult. A few breaths later, Shua, Zhao Feng exited the ancient dream realm, his back drenched in sweat. If I don't move now, I can stay in the ancient dream realm for a longer period of time. But if you move, the pressure will multiply tenfold, and you won't be able to last for 10 breaths of time. Zhao Feng heaved a long sigh, but no matter what, after breaking through 100 breaths of time, Zhao Feng had crossed a dividing line. From then on, he could absorb large amounts of ancient dream realm aura, and at the same time he could begin to explore this strange space. Just how big was the ancient dream realm? Were there any other living beings or natives inside? Of course, what Zhao Feng was most concerned about was whether this piece of land was nurturing some heaven and earth spiritual materials. One had to know that every breath in the ancient dream realm was extremely beneficial to living beings in the real world. It was hard to imagine how valuable the various resources nurtured in such an environment would be. Inside the house in the courtyard, Zhao Feng calmly cultivated, and the core in his body gradually grew stronger. In the true martial void ocean spiritual palace, Zhao Feng could buy some wind and lightning treasures, and the quality and quantity of them surpassed the other void ocean spiritual palaces. With the help of these items, Zhao Feng didn't face any bottlenecks, and his cultivation speed was extremely fast. The size of Zhao Feng's core was slowly approaching the middle stage, small origin core realm. On top of that, this was after Zhao Feng absorbed a large amount of ancient dream realm aura to refine his core. Within his dantian, the lustrous purple core was emitting traces of crystalline luster. The crystallization of the core was a sign that someone was about to break through to the great origin core realm. In the blink of an eye, 20 days passed. The size of Zhao Feng's core had reached the middle stage, small origin core realm. On top of that, the core had absorbed a large amount of ancient dream realm aura, and the aura of wind lightning within it was even purer. The size of Zhao Feng's core was comparable to the middle stage, small origin core realm. However, the quality of the core and the laws contained within it allowed Zhao Feng to look down on small origin core realms, and its power was comparable to a sovereign lord at the great origin core realm. The middle stage small origin core realm has basically completed the purple destruction wind lightning. Zhao Feng's face was filled with joy. Breaking through to 100 breaths in the ancient dream realm greatly increased his cultivation, because Zhao Feng could stay in the ancient dream realm for a long time, and he could absorb a large amount of ancient dream realm aura. At this moment, Zhao Feng's state of existence and body had reached the limit of the origin core realm. His soul had become even more condensed, and it was now able to suppress those at the great origin core realm. It could be said that, in these 20 days, Zhao Feng's strength had increased by leaps and bounds. Zhao Feng let out a long breath and slowly concealed his aura before walking out of the room. Captain, Li Yenya, Lulan Jishui, and the other sailors all greeted Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng's every move exerted an invisible pressure on them. It was as if they were facing a desolate beast. Their state of existence and body weren't even on the same level. The current captain's aura is slightly similar to the Saint Land genius, Jiang Fan, I met previously. Lulan Jishui's bloodline trembled. Only Jiang Fan, who had the bloodline of the 10,000 ancient races, had a similar pressure. In reality, even Zhao Feng didn't know what level his bloodline had reached. Congratulations, Captain, on breaking through to the middle stage small origin core realm. Li Yenya took a deep breath and couldn't look at Zhao Feng's eyes directly. Zhao Feng's every breath contained a pressure that surpassed the origin core realm. Within the 10,000 ghost pearl, the skeletal division leader could sense Zhao Feng's soul through the dark heart seed. The skeletal division leader had a certain level of mastery in the Tao of the soul. However, Zhao Feng's soul aura made him feel like a mountain was pressing down on him. He could only look up and not disobey. Master, the cursed corpses have been improving by leaps and bounds. Around half of them have reached the half-step origin core realm. The skeletal division leader reported. Ever since they had absorbed the ancient dream realm aura, the potential of the cursed corpses had increased. What would normally take half a year was done in just 1 or 2 months. Very good. Everything's going well. Zhao Feng nodded his head as his eyes scanned over Li Yenya, Lulan Jishui, and company. For now, Zhao Feng would settle the crew of the Blue Lightning Sea Sky ship in the true martial Void Ocean Spiritual Palace. The Void Ocean Spiritual Palace was a peaceful place in the limitless ocean. Even Void God Realm kings wouldn't dare to attack here. The next day, Zhao Feng met up with the group from the Golden Mountain sect. We'll send a total of 200 to 300 people into the true martial sacred land, the white-bearded old Li said. Inside the Golden Mountain sect's encampment, hundreds of people from the Golden Mountain sect gathered in an open space. Apart from old Li, there were 2 other half-step kings. Zhao Feng's unfamiliar face obviously attracted the attention of many. His middle-stage small origin core realm cultivation allowed Zhao Feng to suppress these geniuses from the quasi-sacred land. Let's go. The white-bearded old Li gave some instructions before leaving the Void Ocean Spiritual Palace with his group. Outside the Void Ocean Spiritual Palace, the Golden Mountain sect had a large ship in the shape of a golden dragon. This limitless ocean ship was 4 to 5 times bigger than Zhao Feng's Blue Lightning Sea Sky ship, and its quality and speed far surpassed the latter. This is the Golden Qilin Dragon ship of the Golden Mountain sect. Apparently, it can even kill a sovereign lord at the Great Origin Core realm. The skinny male and the beauty in white stood together with Zhao Feng. Ever since they fought last time, they were filled with admiration for Zhao Feng. And now, Zhao Feng's cultivation had broken through to the middle stage small origin core realm, which made the 2 sigh in admiration. The Golden Qilin Dragon ship shot through the air into the limitless ocean, and its powerful aura stunned many nearby ships and experts. It'll take around 2 days to reach the entrance of the true martial sacred land. The geniuses of the Golden Mountain sect were filled with excitement. It wouldn't take long. They would be able to enter the true martial sacred land. Only the white-bearded oldly looked over these geniuses and sighed. These geniuses of the quasi-sacred land probably didn't know how cruel the competition within the sacred land was. The slightest mistake could cause the Golden Mountain sect to be kicked out of the sacred land and be replaced by another peak 2-star force. On the Golden Qilin Dragon ship, as a guest, Zhao Feng stayed in a luxurious room. He sat down and didn't continue to cultivate. Instead, he slowly withdrew his power and got used to it. Half a day later, the Golden Qilin Dragon ship passed through 2 island zones at an extremely fast speed. The color of the limitless ocean became darker and darker, and storms occasionally appeared. Whirlpools formed in the limitless ocean, and the chaotic heaven-earth Yuan Qi surged. We're about to enter the sea of spiritual domain. The voice of a half-step king sounded from the Golden Mountain sect. Sea of spiritual domain? The location of the Sea of spiritual domain also appeared in Zhao Feng's mind. The Sea of spiritual domain was at the center of the true martial island zone. Even the true martial sacred land was at the center of the Sea of spirit domain. Inside the Sea of spirit domain, the heaven and earth energy was incomparably violent. Sometimes it created a terrifying energy storm. Don't leave the golden scaled dragon ship. Even ordinary venerables can't survive in the Sea of spirit domain. White-bearded, oldly reminded. Zhao Feng scanned the Sea of spiritual domain and found that there were no signs of life. Without a powerful, limitless ship, even venerables wouldn't be able to survive here for long. After entering the Sea of spirit domain, the golden-scaled dragon ship's flying speed was greatly reduced. Time passed slowly. The deeper they went, the more turbulent the heaven and earth Yuan Qi in the Sea of spirit domain became. In the end, even great origin core realm sovereign lords could only survive for a couple hours in the ocean. The golden dragon scale ship's grade was far greater than the blue lightning sea sky ships, and the power of the formation on its surface was also rapidly decreasing. Every moment, the golden dragon scale ship consumed a huge amount of primordial crystal stones and was driven by at least mid-grade primordial crystal stones. The true martial sacred ground has a total of 36 grotto heaven entrances. The entrance we chose was the 31st entrance. We'll reach our destination in a couple more hours. White-bearded oldly said with a smile. There were still a couple more hours left. Most of the geniuses on the golden scale dragon ship had never been to the sacred land before, and they were filled with excitement and anticipation. True martial sacred land. Zhao Feng took a deep breath as the purple saint token appeared in his hand. Right at this moment, the aura of the Eye of Death within Zhao Feng's soul suddenly resonated with it. A familiar feeling of danger spread through his soul. Chapter 6:21. In the Sea of Spirit Domain, in a dark world where heaven and earth Yuan Qi rampaged, the death target has appeared again. A dark figure in a black cloak looked in a certain direction of the Sea of Spirit Domain while holding a token of death. Amidst the violent Yuan Qi storm, his body was like a ray of light in the shadow, safe and sound. Buzz! The death medallion in the death guard's hand gave off a strange ripple and sent out a message. Unfortunately, in this Sea of Spirit Domain where the vital energy is restless, even the message of the token of death can't be sent far. The death guard muttered. After a while, the death token in his hand shook for some reason as it received a few messages. Very good. A cruel grin appeared on the death guard's face. Xiu! A dark, shadowy ray of light merged into the dark, chaotic sea of spirit realm. Meanwhile, the enormous golden-scaled dragon ship quickly moved forward in the sea of spirit realm, where the Yuan Qi storms were wreaking havoc. Again, Zhao Feng opened his eyes, which flickered with a purple glow. A terrifying destructive aura was emitted from his body. He got up and left the room. The golden-scaled dragon ship would arrive at the true martial sacred land in a few hours. Unexpectedly, he sensed the aura of Death Hunt again at this moment. Zhao Feng frowned slightly, his expression solemn. At this time, he seemed to be waiting for death on the golden-scaled dragon ship. However, even if he left the golden-scaled dragon ship, he might not be able to escape the detection of the Death Hunt. I can't miss the chance to enter the true martial sacred land. As his thoughts raced, Zhao Feng made a decision. At the same time, Zhao Feng believed that the Golden Mountain sect, as a 2-star peak sect that had entered the true martial Holy Land, was not to be trifled with. There were a large number of experts from the Golden Mountain sect on the golden-scaled, dragon-scaled ship. Time passed. Zhao Feng sensed the danger of death in his soul, growing closer and closer. An hour later, shoo, shoo, shoo. In the distance, 2 or 3 shadow-like rays of light tore through the air and flew over. After a while, even the experts on the golden-scaled, dragon-scaled ship sensed the strong aura of death. Who are you? On the golden dragon-scale ship, Old Li and the other half-step kings roared. Zhao Feng stood at the side of the ship and stared coldly at the shadows of death. Death Guard! There are actually 3 of them this time. Zhao Feng's eyes turned cold. Judging from their auras, it was clear that the 3 Death Guards were much stronger than the ones he had defeated previously. 25th Guard, 19th Guard. The target is actually on a ship belonging to a powerful 2-star sect. The 3 Death Guards slowed down as they approached the golden-scaled dragon ship. The person who spoke was Guard number 28. Compared to Guard 33, these 3 Death Guards were undoubtedly stronger. This was especially true for the 19th Guard, whose aura of death was enough to make half-step kings feel uneasy. However, facing the golden dragon scale ship that was guarded by 200 to 300 experts, even the 3 Death Guards were a little hesitant and did not attack immediately. Humph! 3 Death Guards are not enough to fight against the golden dragon scale ship. Zhao Feng let out a sigh of relief. With the protection of the golden-scaled dragon ship, he was not worried. It's a bit tricky, but no one can stop the intent of death. Guard 19's voice was deep and hoarse. Whoosh! 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 The 3 Death Guards discussed among themselves before flying toward the golden-scaled dragon ship. Who are you? There were 3 half-step kings on the golden-scaled dragon ship, led by the white-bearded Old Li. Instantly, an explosion sounded in the soul dimension as 3 half-step void god realm intents pierced through the limitless ocean, causing the chaotic heaven and earth Yuan Qi to pause. Under the aura that could shake one's soul, the martial sovereigns present were suppressed and couldn't move. However, the 3 Death Guards were not afraid of the half-step void god realm intents. Clowns! Guard 19 exclaimed as a monstrous intent of death rose from his body, knocking away the half-step void god realm intents that were close to him. Bang! In the soul dimension, they felt like the world was spinning. Some of the elites on the golden-scaled dragon ship, whose cultivation was lower than the martial sovereigns, spat out blood and fainted. Intent of death. Could it be the legendary Death Guards? The 3 half-step kings of the Golden Mountain sect were startled. At this moment, the entire golden-scaled dragon ship activated its defensive array as if it was facing a great enemy. The 3 half-step kings and nearly 10 late-stage and peak Great Origin Core Realm Sovereign lords floated in the air above the golden-scaled dragon ship. Guard 28, Guard 25, and I will stall these old undyings. Your 10,000 Shadow Chaos technique is more suitable for killing that brat. If that kid is difficult to deal with, then, according to the minimum requirement, behead him completely, and we can still basically complete the mission. Guard 19 said with his divine sense. Understood. As soon as Guard 28 finished speaking, His figure suddenly split into 10, then into 100. Shwa, shwa, shwa. In an instant, hundreds and thousands of figures of death appeared around the golden-scaled dragon ship. It was hard to tell which one was real and which was fake. Don't even think about it. The 3 half-step kings of the Golden Mountain sect tried to attack, but they found that they couldn't tell which was the Real Guard 28 in a short amount of time. At the same time, the 3 half-step kings faced Guard 19's powerful attack. Death's Soul Hand. The 19th Guard's body was shrouded in an aura of death. His shadow-like body was shrouded in a layer of mysterious light, and his figure could no longer be seen clearly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 ghostly white hands of death stretched out from the deep, endless light. It was a ghastly sight. As soon as the Death Soul Hand shot through the air, the souls of the 3 kings shook. Not good. Watch out. The white-bearded oldly exclaimed in shock. However, that Death Soul Hand was an extremely special soul-forbidden art. The moment it was unleashed, it locked onto the souls of the 3 half-step kings. Woo! The souls of the 3 half-step kings froze, and they felt like they couldn't breathe. In the next instant, the bodies of the 3 half-step kings were grabbed by the Death Soul Hand, and their faces were filled with pain. Elderly. Everyone on the golden-scaled dragon ship exclaimed. Guard 19, who was the strongest among them, instantly used the Death Soul Hand to stop the 3 half-step kings. Death Soul Hand. There's such a powerful forbidden technique that can directly grab the target soul. Zhao Feng took in a cold breath. His god's spiritual eye saw everything clearly. The souls of the 3 half-step kings were being grabbed by the Death Soul Hand, and they were struggling. This could be expected. If it was just 1 half-step king, the Death Soul Hand would be able to take away their soul. However, the 19th Death Guard had captured 3 half-step kings by himself. How heaven-defying was his strength! Of course, the souls of the 3 half-step kings had also increased dramatically, and their half-step void god realm intents were fighting back against the Death Soul Hand. Arg! The 25th Guard took action, and the shadow of death flashed, killing a Great Origin Core Realm Sovereign Lord. Everyone team up and stop him! Almost 10 late-stage and peak Great Origin Core Realm Sovereign Lords reacted and teamed up against the Death Soul Hand. Whoosh! The Death Soul Hand's battle power was shocking, and it was able to fight against so many Sovereign Lords. How is this possible? The experts of the Golden Mountain sect on the Golden Scaled Dragon ship felt their hair stand on end. The strength of the 3 Death Guards was too heaven-defying. The 19th Guard was suppressing 3 half-step kings by himself. The Death Guard fought against the Sovereign Lords and stalled the other Sovereign Lords apart from the 3 half-step kings. What about the last one, the 28th Guard? Arg, arg, arg. Hundreds and thousands of figures of death charged into the golden-scaled dragon ship, and screams sounded. The defensive array of the golden-scaled dragon ship didn't seem to have any effect on the Death Guard. Damn it! As the 3 half-step kings and void god realm intents fought against the Death Soul Hand, they sensed the situation below, and their hearts sank. The experts on the golden-scaled dragon ship would probably be slaughtered by Guard 28, because the top 3 half-step kings and nearly 10 late-stage and peak Great Origin Core Realm Sovereign Lords were being stalled by Guard 19 and Guard 25. Once Guard 28 finished his slaughter and joined the battle, he would be able to affect the upper echelons of the battle. However, what was unexpected was that Guard 28 only killed some of the obstacles. Guard 28 easily killed some of the obstacles in his way. Brat, if you don't give up, I'll take your head. Junior, if you don't surrender, I'll take your head. He wasn't as dumb as Guard 33, who wanted to capture Zhao Feng alive. He wasn't as stupid as the 33rd Guard, who wanted to capture Zhao Feng alive and had his hands and feet tied, only to be killed instead. As long as Zhao Feng resisted, he wouldn't capture him alive. Instead, he would kill him. After all, Guard 19 and Guard 25 were facing a lot of pressure. Attack! We can't waste too much time. Guard 19's voice sounded. A 2-star force that's able to enter the spiritual sacred land is not to be underestimated. Once a Void God Realm King arrives, it'll be troublesome. Guard 25 said. Someone on the Golden Scale Dragon ship had already crushed a message talisman and sent a message to the main headquarters of the Golden Mountain sect. The 3 Death Guards didn't want to destroy the Golden Scale Dragon ship, nor did they care about winning. They only had one goal: to kill Zhao Feng. Die. Several dozen figures of death leapt toward Zhao Feng, who was standing on the side of the ship. Each of them has their own offensive power, and their auras are different. Zhao Feng's God spiritual eye was open to its limit. Ever since he started cultivating, he had never seen such a monstrous doppelganger technique. The death shadow doppelgangers that Guard 28 was dragging were similar to the shadow doppelgangers that Zhao Feng used to create with the Yin Shadow Cloak. However, after entering the Limitless Ocean, the Yin Shadow Cloak's grade was too low, and it wasn't very useful. Looking closely, Zhao Feng jumped up in fright. The Yin Shadow Cloak that he used in the past was similar to the cloaks of these Death Guards. From the looks of it, the Yin Shadow Cloak that he used before seemed to be a replica, and the one on the Death Guards was the real deal. Whoosh! Whoosh! Under the attacks of hundreds and thousands of Yin Shadow doppelgangers, Zhao Feng's body was instantly engulfed. Purple lightning wind ring. Suddenly, dazzling violet halos of destruction shot out, giving off a terrifying aura of destruction and annihilating everything in their path. Bam! 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 The Death Shadow doppelgangers were instantly destroyed by the destructive power of the purple destruction wind lightning. The power of destruction, a power that's comparable to the power of death. Guard 28 was slightly dazed. Wisps of black smoke appeared on his true body as the purple lightning wind rings attacked him. Chapter 6:22. Purple lightning wind ring. With a wave of his hand, Zhao Feng's purple lightning wind ring successfully countered Guard 28's Death Shadow doppelgangers. If this was before Zhao Feng reached the Origin Core realm, he wouldn't be able to destroy any of the Death Shadow doppelgangers. This was because each Death Shadow doppelganger had offense and defense close to the Great Origin Core realm. The power of destruction, a power that's comparable to the power of death. Guard 28 obviously didn't expect Zhao Feng's purple destruction wind lightning to be so strong. The aura of destruction contained within it made him wary. The Fan universe had the 8 great god eyes. There was the Death God Eye that corresponded to death, and there was also the Destruction God Eye. From this, one could see that the laws of destruction contained within the purple destruction wind lightning were very unique. Now, Zhao Feng had basically comprehended the purple destruction wind lightning, and because his true yuan had absorbed a large amount of the ancient dream realm aura, his destruction aura and the essence of wind lightning surpassed the wind lightning emperors. Scythe of Death. A scythe filled with death chi condensed in Guard 28's palm, and it shone with a cold light. The instant the Scythe of Death appeared, countless experts within 100 miles felt their souls tremble. It was as if their souls were exposed in a world of ice and snow, like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. A sense of danger also appeared in Zhao Feng's soul dimension. Guard 28's Scythe of Death was similar to Guard 19's Death Soul Hand, and it could directly threaten the soul. Slash! The instant the Scythe of Death appeared, it locked onto Zhao Feng's soul. Shoo! The cold scythe, which was shrouded in a gloomy aura of death, drew a translucent line in the air. Zhao Feng's soul went cold, and he felt as if his soul was being cut by a knife. Whoosh! Without any chance to dodge, the Scythe of Death slashed toward Zhao Feng. It was a matter of life and death. Bo! A layer of blue water covered Zhao Feng's body. At first glance, Zhao Feng seemed to be in a deep and boundless lake. All attacks from the outside were like stones sinking into the sea. Even the death scythe suddenly dimmed by more than half after it struck Zhao Feng. Buzz! The deep blue ripples on the surface of Zhao Feng's body suddenly shook and dimmed, revealing a crack. The attack from Death Guard 28 was simply too powerful. With his water bloodline, Zhao Feng's defensive power could easily neutralize the attacks of 2 or 3 ordinary supremacies, but he could not withstand the Scythe of Death. Humph! 70% of the Scythe of Death's power is a Soul Dao attack. Guard 28 wore a mocking grin. That was to say, Zhao Feng's water bloodline could only neutralize most of the physical attacks. He couldn't defend against the 70% of soul attacks. Qi! An illusory shadow of a sickle slashed into Zhao Feng's soul with an extreme aura of death. Boom! Zhao Feng's soul shook, and the lake of eye bloodline power within the dimension of his left eye started to ripple as the shadow of the sickle slashed through it. Woo! Zhao Feng's body froze and he harumphed. Putting aside the attacks on the soul level, the material attacks of the sickle of death alone were extremely corrosive and strangling to life functions. A soul attack condensed from the power of death that kills the target soul. Struggle appeared on Zhao Feng's face. A sickle-shaped gash was left on his body, and the aura of death invaded his body. Even his water bloodline could only slowly heal the damage. Brat, it's your honor to die to the Scythe of Death. Guard 28 revealed a victorious smile. In terms of strength, he was much stronger than Guard 33. His Scythe of Death had a 40 to 50% chance of killing even half-step Void God realms. Even someone as strong as Guard 28 could only use such a powerful soul technique 4 or 5 times a day. Humph! A cold roar shook the soul dimension, and the smile on the Death Guard's face froze. I have ice soul. Zhao Feng's left eye shot out an ice blue light, and an extreme coldness covered the Death Guard's body. He's not dead. Guard 28's heart went cold, and his consciousness seemed to freeze. His movements started to slow down. In his vision, the cold-looking young man had a head of blue hair that was as deep as the ocean, and his left eye was like an icy abyss. How can a small origin core realm survive the Scythe of Death? Guard 28's heart went cold, and his reactions were much slower than usual. A soul attack. A mocking smile appeared on Zhao Feng's face. Ever since he merged with the god's spiritual eye, he had never been at a disadvantage in the soul dimension, even when the difference in strength was huge. Bo! Within the dimension of his left eye, the mysterious whirlpool at the center of the eye-water lake controlled the entire lake. The incorporeal death scythe had already been completely absorbed. Zhao Feng's soul was unharmed. That's impossible. Even a half-step void god realm wouldn't be able to escape unharmed. Shock started to spread on Guard 28's frozen face. The Scythe of Death was 70% a soul attack and 30% a physical attack. However, Zhao Feng managed to block 70% of the soul attack, and only a few wisps of the physical attack managed to injure Zhao Feng. However, Zhao Feng's state of existence had reached the limits of the Great Origin Core realm, and it contained an ancient aura, so he wasn't injured. Void Space Eye Slash. A surge of eye bloodline power appeared from Zhao Feng's left eye, and the aura of destruction flashed through it. Not good. Guard 28's heart jumped as he remembered why Guard 33 was defeated. Guard 33 had the death shadow body, and as long as his soul wasn't destroyed, he could recover it. Guard 33 sent information about Zhao Feng to the other death guards. Guard 28 had heard of the Void Space Eye Slash before. He was just about to dodge, but he found that his thoughts and actions were much slower than usual. Now that Zhao Feng's soul was extremely condensed, his eye bloodline power was much stronger than before, and the Eye of Ice Soul had significantly reduced the Death Guard's reaction speed. Whoosh! A sharp blade radiating an aura of destruction pierced through Guard 28's body. Guard 28 tried his best to dodge, but he was only able to avoid the void space eye slash piercing his heart. However, even then, the void space eye slash sliced through his body, and the power of destruction destroyed his organs as well as his heart. Furthermore, Zhao Feng's comprehension of the purple destruction wind lightning had almost reached 100% completion, and the laws of destruction contained within the void space eye slash were several times stronger than before. Just a little bit more. Zhao Feng was just about to use the void space eye slash a second time, now that his eye bloodline power had become so condensed that it could allow him to use the void space eye slash 10 times. Shwa, shwa, shwa. Guard 28 turned into hundreds and thousands of doppelgangers of death. Some of the doppelgangers overlapped with his true body, while others attacked Zhao Feng. Wind, lightning, 100 shadows. Zhao Feng snickered coldly as he used Guard 28's doppelganger technique with his left eye, and a ball of purple lightning radiated from his body. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, Zhao Feng's figure turned into 2 flashes of purple lightning. The 2 flashes of purple lightning split once again. 2 flashes, 4 flashes, 8 flashes, 16 flashes. In a short period of time, dozens of purple lightning shadows enveloped an area of 300 meters in a flash of lightning and wind. It was hard to tell which one was the real one, and all of the flashes of purple lightning had the ability to attack. That brat! How does he know my 10,000 shadow chaos technique? Guard 28 exclaimed in shock. Although the number of flashes that Zhao Feng had created wasn't even 1/5 of the number of death guards, the laws they used were extremely similar. What was even more incredible was that these wind shadow clones formed a subtle formation with each other. In the surrounding area, purple lightning rippled and formless wind pressure formed a restrictive pressure. This Death Guard's doppelganger technique is similar to the Yin Shadow doppelganger from the Yin Shadow cloak. And in my wind and lightning inheritance, there's also the phantom lightning afterimage movement technique. Zhao Feng's true body merged into the several dozen flashes of lightning. This was the foundation. Zhao Feng was able to easily copy Guard 28's 10,000 shadow chaos technique. He merged the strengths of both sides. Zhao Feng's wind lightning 100 shadows used the skeleton of wind lightning to create flashes of lightning that could unleash the lightning-fast speed of the wind lightning inheritance. On top of that, these flashes of lightning seemed to use the curse of 100 corpse array as well, and they complemented each other. At this moment in time, these flashes of lightning clashed with Guard 28's death shadow doppelgangers. Whoosh, whoosh. As the flashes of lightning clashed, they destroyed each other. Due to the restriction of his cultivation, Zhao Feng's wind lightning 100 shadows wasn't as many as Guard 28's, so he was soon at a disadvantage. Brat, I'll find your true body soon. Guard 28 had a dark expression as he merged with the many death shadow doppelgangers. Seeing this, the number of flashes of lightning that Zhao Feng had became fewer and fewer. I have Ice Soul. A cold voice that could pierce one's soul started to spread from Guard 28's body. I've been found. Guard 28's body froze, and his reaction speed decreased. He could even predict that the next round of the void space eye slash would arrive. However, he couldn't accept how Zhao Feng was able to find out where his true body was so quickly. His 10,000 shadow chaos technique created many death shadow doppelgangers, and their auras overlapped with each other. Even half-step void god realms wouldn't be able to see through his true body. Void space eye slash, a wisp of eye bloodline power, formed a whirlpool that enveloped Guard 28. Dodge! Although Guard 28's reaction speed was slow, he was able to move his body in time to avoid being injured. Being a death guard, he also had the undying shadow body. As long as his vital organs weren't destroyed, he wouldn't be afraid of normal attacks. Schwa. The illusory blade arrived as expected and pierced through Guard 28's body. Arg. Guard 28's body froze as he screamed in shock, and fear spread through his eyes. Seeing this, an illusory blade radiating with the aura of destruction slashed toward the death guard's waist. The difference was this illusory blade was half the length of a person, and it was several times larger than before. Hee, an enlarged version of the void space eye slash. Zhao Feng laughed lightly. Schwa. The death guard's waist was cut open from the inside to the outside by the void space eye slash, which overlapped and overlapped. You, Guard 28, couldn't help but look down at his waist. Plop. His body was sliced in two by the strengthened version of the void space eye slash. Chapter 6:23. The strengthened version of the void space eye slash was longer and wider than before. The scariest part about the void space eye slash was that it could suddenly appear out of nowhere. It could move objects through the air to a specific location. Even if there was a life form there, it would still merge with it. This attack was hard to dodge, and it could basically ignore any physical defense. Brat! Guard 28 was enraged and shocked after being cut in half. The death guard had the death shadow body, so even if the lower half of his body was cut off, he wouldn't be affected for a while. Purple destruction eye flame. Zhao Feng was already prepared. He unleashed his eye bloodline power and launched a second attack. Whoosh! The roaring purple destruction eye flame was like a fireball dozens of yards wide, and it radiated an aura of destruction. After reaching the origin core realm, the pill core would form a stronger pill flame. Zhao Feng's pill flame corresponded to his true yuan, which was the purple destruction pill flame. It contained the elements of wind and lightning, as well as the laws of destruction. Not good. The death guard's figure flashed as he tried to dodge. The attack speed of an eye bloodline was extremely fast, and it was hard to dodge under normal circumstances. In terms of destructive power, the purple destruction eye flame was stronger than the void space eye slash. However, the purple destruction eye flame had a trajectory, and with Guard 28 speed, he could still dodge it. Humph. A mocking smile appeared on Zhao Feng's face. Whoosh! The purple destruction eye flame held in the air and changed its trajectory, landing on the lower half of Guard 28's body. Crack! Boom! Boom! The lower half of Guard 28's body exploded as it was burned by the purple destruction eye flame. My body! Guard 28 screamed miserably as he watched the lower half of his body being burned by the purple destruction eye flame and turned into a pile of charcoal. Although the death shadow body was an immortal body, it wasn't a complete immortal body. The lower half of his body had lost its source of energy and protection, so it couldn't fight back against the purple destruction eye flame. How long can you fight for with only half of your body? Zhao Feng snickered coldly in his heart. Because the death guard was too fast, it was hard for him to aim for the heart. He could only increase the size of the void space eye slash and cut off a part of the death guard's body. In reality, the purple destruction eye flame was only aimed at the death guard's body. If it was aimed at the death guard's torso, it would be difficult to cause any substantial damage. Junior, I will grind your bones to dust. Guard 28 had never been humiliated like this before. He condensed another scythe of death in his hand, and the upper half of his death shadow body pounced at Zhao Feng. This time, he changed his strategy. Sickle of Death focused on material attacks and chose to fight in close combat. Death Scythe Dance. A trace of madness appeared in Guard 28's eyes as the Scythe of Death. In his hand formed a cold shadow of the Scythe of Death. Puff, puff, puff. Zhao Feng's wind shadow clones rapidly shattered under the Death Scythe shadow. Oh no! Facing the Death Guard's desperate counterattack, Zhao Feng once again felt the pressure of death. After all, there was still a big difference in strength between him and the Death Guard. Previously, the Scythe of Death was 70% a Soul Dao attack and 30% a physical attack. However, even then, the 30% physical attack had injured Zhao Feng, and he had only recovered by half. This time, the Death Guard's counterattack contained 30% of the Soul Dao attack to lock onto Zhao Feng, while the other 70% was a physical attack to destroy Zhao Feng's body. It could be said that the threat of this attack was double that of the previous one. Eye of Ice Soul. Zhao Feng's left eye once again unleashed the power of Ice Soul to restrict the Death Guard's reactions. Wings of Wind and Lightning. A pair of purple wings of wind and lightning that were several yards long formed behind Zhao Feng's back. His speed and control over the power of wind and lightning increased dramatically. Whoosh! The wings of wind and lightning on Zhao Feng's back fluttered as his speed reached the maximum. His current speed had already surpassed most sovereign lords. Stop! The Death Guard wouldn't be able to catch up to Zhao Feng in a short amount of time. Firstly, he had lost his legs, so his battle power and speed were both restricted. Secondly, Zhao Feng's Eye of Ice Soul continued to lock onto him. At the same instant, in the air above the golden-scaled dragon ship, Guard 19 used his Death Soul hand to stop the 3 half-step Void God realms. The souls of the 3 half-step Void God realms radiated a powerful Void God realm intent that turned everything within half a mile into a vacuum. Normal sovereign lords wouldn't be able to get close. He can at most last a dozen or so breaths. Guard 28 still hasn't finished off his target? Guard 19 felt a lot of pressure. After all, he was fighting against 3 half-step Void God realms by himself. These 3 half-step Void God realms all came from powerful forces that had entered the spiritual sacred lands. On the other side, Guard 25 wasn't having it easy either. He was fighting against so many late-stage and peak Great Origin Core realm sovereign lords by himself. The 2 Death Guards looked to the other side from the corner of their eyes. What they saw made them jump up in fright. Lightning flashed in the area where Zhao Feng and Guard 28 were fighting. Guard 28 was in a tragic state. His legs had been destroyed, and he only had half of his body left. The information was wrong. When did the target reach the middle stages of the small Origin Core realm? His battle power is so strong. The hearts of the 2 Death Guards dropped. According to the news from Guard 33, the target's cultivation was only at the half-step Origin Core realm. If it weren't for the fact that any of the Death Guards was wary of him, they could easily kill him. Scythe of Death Dance. Guard 28's Scythe of Death turned into a whirlwind of black blades that chased after Zhao Feng. Shua! Shua! The wings of wind and lightning on Zhao Feng's back fluttered, but he wasn't able to face it head-on. It wasn't hard for the spectators to see that Zhao Feng was going around in circles with the Death Guard. The Death Guard only had half of his body left, and his speed was limited. As time passed, his battle power would decrease. As long as I can last for half the time it takes to make tea, the Death Guard's battle power and speed will decrease by half. Zhao Feng knew that the longer he dragged things out, the higher his chances of victory would be. How could Guard 28 not know this? He also knew that Guard 19 wouldn't be able to last long against 3 half-step Void God realms. Die! Guard 28 roared, and the Scythe of Death shot out toward Zhao Feng with a whirlwind of black blades. Boom! With the Scythe of Death as the center, a terrifying whirlwind of black blades of death swept over. Not good. Zhao Feng was locked onto by the Scythe of Death, and just like last time, he couldn't dodge. Furthermore, the speed of the Scythe of Death was too fast. Ha ha ha! Guard 28 laughed savagely. On the other side, the expressions of Guard 19 and Guard 25 changed. Leave his head intact! This pursuit of death was different from the past. The Emperor of Death had told them to capture him alive and leave his corpse intact. At the very least, they needed to leave his head intact. After all, the Emperor of Death wanted to steal the ninth god's eye. As Zhao Feng was about to be sliced into pieces by the scythe of death, even my water bloodline can't defend against it, unless I use the water spirit, divine change. But Zhao Feng's thoughts spun. In the end, he didn't use the water spirit, divine change. He didn't even use his water bloodline to protect himself. Zhao Feng's left eye stared at the scythe of death at the center of the whirlwind. Whoosh! The terrifying whirlwind of black blades of death suddenly shattered, as if it had lost its main pillar. What? Guard 28's eyes focused. Zhao Feng didn't do anything. The terrifying whirlwind of black blades of death suddenly crumbled when it got close to him. A wisp of eye bloodline power covered the area. Could it be not good? Guard 28's heart jumped as he suddenly thought of something. He remembered the information that Guard 33 had given him. The target of death had a skill called spatial movement, which could move objects or attacks through the air. Dodge! Guard 28's face went pale white as he quickly dodged. He knew how strong the scythe of death was. It had a high chance of instantly killing a half-step void god realm. However, the teleportation attack didn't come. Guard 28 was puzzled. He could clearly feel the disturbance of space, and a certain power had taken the scythe of death away. Otherwise, the whirlwind of black blades of death wouldn't have dissipated. Idiot! Do you really think I'll move the attack to a crippled person like you? Zhao Feng snickered in disdain. Before he could finish his sentence, arg! A howl came from the sky above the golden-scaled, dragon-scaled ship. Shwa! A scythe of death covered in an aura of death pierced through Guard 19's body. Guard 28, you idiot! Guard 19 was suppressing 3 half-step void god realms, and his body stiffened as he groaned in pain. So, Zhao Feng had moved the scythe of death onto Guard 19, who was the strongest. Under normal circumstances, with Guard 19's powerful senses, this move might not be effective. However, he was fighting against 3 half-step void god realms. Even if he could sense it, he wouldn't be able to dodge in time. Good chance. The 3 half-step void god realms paused, then revealed joyful expressions. 3 void god realm intents shattered the death soul hand in the soul dimension. Wah! Guard 19 spat out a mouthful of blood as his soul was injured. Kill! The souls of the 3 half-step void god realms returned to their bodies, so they obviously wouldn't show mercy. They surrounded Guard 19 with powerful killing techniques. How is this possible? Guard 28's face was ashen, and he didn't know whether to advance or retreat. Zhao Feng had a smile on his face, but he didn't chase after him. In reality, he had used up a lot of his eye bloodline power. The scythe of death was several times larger than his normal void space eye blades. It took a lot of energy to use it as a target for void movement. At this moment, Zhao Feng could only unleash 1 void space eye slash at most, and it wouldn't be able to kill Guard 28, who had the death shadow body. He decided to save some eye bloodline power in case something else happened. Retreat! Guard 19, who was on the golden dragon-scaled ship, suddenly ordered as he was being suppressed by the 3 half-step void god realms. After all, the 3 half-step void god realms came from a sacred land, and they had some powerful killing techniques that could threaten Guard 19's life. Retreat! Guard 28 seemed to let go of a heavy burden, and his crippled body turned into hundreds and thousands of death shadow clones that covered the other 2 death guards. Chase after them. Even if they're the subordinates of the Emperor of Death, we won't let them go. The white-bearded oldly roared in anger. Chapter 6:24. Zhao Feng returned to the golden dragon-scaled ship and sat down. He watched as the 3 half-step void god realms of the Golden Mountain sect chased after the Death Guard. It wasn't easy for him to win the second time against the Death Guard, but it was much easier than last time. Last time, Zhao Feng used everything he had, and the thieving cat had almost used up all of his eye bloodline and yuan qi. And this time, apart from the fact that he had used up most of his eye bloodline power, Zhao Feng still had more than half of his true yuan and bloodline power left. Ripples of blue water appeared on Zhao Feng's body and healed the injuries left behind by the Scythe of Death. That Death Guard's attack contained the power of death intent, which could cause great damage to living beings. It could be compared to destructive power. If it weren't for the fact that Zhao Feng's state of existence had reached the limit of the Great Origin Core Realm and he had absorbed a large amount of ancient Dream Realm aura, he wouldn't have been able to survive the Scythe of Death's attack. Any other Great Origin Core Realm would have died without a doubt. Time passed. Zhao Feng's injuries gradually healed, and he had mostly recovered. While healing, the geniuses of the Golden Mountain sect looked at Zhao Feng with deep respect and awe. There were also a small number of people who looked at him with hatred. This brat is the target of the pursuit of death and brought disaster to the Golden Mountain sect. The sovereigns gritted their teeth. Dozens of people from the Golden Mountain sect had died, and almost 10 of them were sovereigns at the Origin Core Realm. 15 minutes later, whoosh, 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 the auras of the 3 half-step void god realms returned to the Golden Dragon's scaled ship. Looking closely, the 3 half-step void god realms of the Golden Mountain sect were in a ruffled state. Obviously, the pursuit of the 3 half-step void god realms didn't give them any advantage. One of the half-step void god realms had even lost an arm, and his expression was grim. Zhao Feng, white-bearded, old Li, also had an ugly expression as he gave Zhao Feng a deep glance. Zhao Feng didn't dare to waste any time and followed the 3 half-step void god realms. In a luxurious metal palace on the golden-scaled dragon ship. Zhao Feng, what's going on? Could it be that you're really the target of the death hunt? Elderly said. The other 2 half-step kings stared at Zhao Feng with flickering eyes, especially that half-step king with a broken arm. His eyes were cold and filled with hostility. All of a sudden, the mental aura of the 3 half-step kings made Zhao Feng's soul feel oppressed, and his body stiffened. Thankfully, Zhao Feng was not someone who had never seen such a grand occasion. He calmed himself down and replied in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. I'm indeed the target of the death hunt, but I didn't expect to be hunted down before entering the true Martial Saint Land. Zhao Feng did not hide the truth. He was also a victim, and he was being chased by the Emperor of Death's subordinates. The sudden attack from the 3 death guards caught Zhao Feng off guard. Afterward, Zhao Feng answered all the questions of the 3 half-step void god realms. He only covered up the situation of the Purple Saint ruins and brushed it aside. After answering, the enmity on the faces of the 3 half-step kings eased up a little. Next, the 3 half-step kings exchanged glances and started to communicate with their divine sense. A while later, Zhao Feng, although this isn't your fault, it's still related to you. Once we return to the sacred land, you'll need to explain to the upper echelon of the true Martial Saint Land. The one-armed half-step king said in a deep tone. Zhao Feng paused. Could it be that the Golden Mountain sect wanted to punish him? Little friend Zhao, don't misunderstand. The true Martial Saint Land has suffered quite a bit this time, and as the leader, we need to explain everything to the upper echelon. All you need to do is follow us into the sacred land and cooperate, Old Li said with a smile. Don't worry, Old Li. Zhao Feng understood that Old Li was worried that he would run away. If that was the case, the 3 half-step kings wouldn't be able to explain themselves. Furthermore, as long as you enter the true Martial Sacred Land, your life will be protected. Even the Emperor of Death wouldn't dare to act recklessly if he were here. Old Li comforted. Zhao Feng nodded his head. He obviously didn't doubt this. Although the Emperor of Death was strong, he wasn't an emperor from the true martial sacred land. Furthermore, if the true martial sacred land had a 3-star power, there would definitely be mystic light realm sacred lords. This was because a force needed to have a mystic light realm to become a 3-star power. Within the metallic palace, the 3 half-step kings sent off Zhao Feng's figure with their eyes. Old Li, are you sure that Brat really has some sort of relationship with Duan Muqing? The eyes of the one-armed half-step king twinkled. He had lost an arm in the process of chasing after the death guard, so he didn't have a good impression of Zhao Feng. If Zhao Feng didn't have anyone to rely on, he would have taught him a lesson already. I should be right. That Brat's strength and eye bloodline are extraordinary. He definitely has an expert behind him. Furthermore, that Duan Muqing usually cultivates in the sacred land, so most people outside the true martial group don't know his name. Old Li said in a deep tone. That's right. Duan Muqing's strength is immeasurable, and apparently he's been trying to break through to the mystic light realm. The 3 half-step king realms were filled with respect and fear for Duan Muqing. A storm of yuan qi swept across the sea of spiritual domain. The golden dragon-scaled ship returned to normal and started to head toward the sacred land. Several hours later, Zhao Feng's injuries had healed. At this moment, the heaven-earth yuan qi nearby had returned to normal. What dense heaven-earth yuan qi? It's comparable to the Purple Saint ruins. Zhao Feng was surprised. Ever since he entered the limitless ocean, the feeling he got was that the yuan qi here was thin and barren. However, entering the center of the sea of spiritual domain defied logic. After observing for a while, Zhao Feng found that the sea of spiritual domain was like the center of a whirlpool of heaven-earth yuan qi. This place was like a spring of the qi of heaven and earth in the vast void sea. We're almost there. The great origin core realm sovereign lords on the golden dragon-scaled ship looked forward. Zhao Feng's god spiritual eye saw into the distance. Several hundred miles away, a whirlpool of light with a diameter of 100 yards floated above the sea of spiritual domain like the sun. Within the whirlpool, there was a beautiful light, and one could vaguely make out some blurry images. This is the entrance to the heavens grotto heaven. Many people walked to the railing of the golden dragon-scaled ship and looked. There were some sacred guards near the entrance, and they were all great origin core realm sovereign lords. In the sky above the many holy guards, there was a dazzling blue figure floating. It was like a ball of divine light, exuding a boundless divine might that caused the void to have an illusion of stagnation. Greetings, Grand Elder. Greetings, Lord King. The figures on the golden dragon-scaled ship trembled. Void God Realm King? Zhao Feng's eyelids twitched. The blue figure in the air released a bright light, and it was like a god. Even with his eyesight, he couldn't see the figure in the ball of light clearly. Zhao Feng didn't dare to use his god's spiritual eye or spiritual sense. In reality, under the magnificent power of a king, the senses of the soul and the heaven-earth yuan qi in an area were all suppressed. The power of a king descended upon the world. It was like a mortal meeting the emperor. They didn't even dare to look at him directly. Grand Elder, Old Li and the other 2 half-step Void God realms flew in front of the Void God Realm King. What happened? Why did you send an urgent message to the sacred land? The figure of a male within the blue ball of light gradually became clearer. His voice was calm and emotionless, as if it came from the sky. A magnificent power descended and suppressed the soul dimension. The origin core realm experts on the golden dragon-scaled ship found it hard to breathe, and their thoughts became slow. Lord King, the situation is like this. White-bearded elder, Li's forehead was covered in cold sweat. The 3 half-step void god realms started to report the situation to the blue-robed male within the ball of light. During this period of time, Zhao Feng suddenly felt a gaze from the blue-robed male. At that instant, his soul dimension started to tremble, and it was as if he was being suppressed by a mountain. His thoughts and consciousness were being restricted. Zhao Feng took a deep breath and didn't dare to resist. Luckily, the magnificent power only flashed by and didn't enter his body. Otherwise, one thought from a void god realm king could shatter the soul of a normal sovereign lord. This is the power of a void god realm king. Standing at the peak of the soul dimension, no matter how strong one's body is, when their thoughts and consciousness are restricted, suppressed, or even killed with one thought, then everything is useless. Zhao Feng's heart shook. He could only feel the difference in the soul dimension. Apparently, void god realm king's divine sense could travel through the void, surpass the limits of their physical body, and possess all sorts of unfathomable power. Emperor of Death? There was a hint of surprise in the blue-robed man's voice. Instantly, the pressure descended on Zhao Feng's soul dimension once more, and his consciousness wavered. Any other origin core realm would have knelt down on the ground already. However, Zhao Feng had been training in the ancient dream realm for a long time, and the pressure he faced there was even stronger. You brought the target of the pursuit of death to the Golden Mountain sect? This will be a disaster. The blue-robed male's voice was uneasy. Old Li and the other two felt uneasy and apprehensive. Although they knew who the Emperor of Death was, they seemed to have underestimated the danger. Being a void god realm king, the blue-robed male's wariness toward the Emperor of Death was even stronger than those below the void god realm. The Emperor of Death has the Eye of Death, and he's one of the strongest emperors. In the past, a force that was close to the Golden Mountain sect was almost destroyed by the Emperor of Death. In the end, they handed over the target to avoid death. The blue-robed male's voice was urgent and full of anger. Apart from the 3 half-step void god realms, only Zhao Feng was able to catch a bit of the soul dimension conversation. Zhao Feng's heart skipped a beat. From the looks of it, the king of the Golden Mountain sect was extremely scared of the Emperor of Death and didn't dare to offend him. Grand Elder, but behind this brat there is also... The white-bearded elderly braced himself and explained. Right at this moment, ping, pung, on the golden dragon-scaled ship, Zhao Feng's soul suddenly felt a sense of death. Who's there? The blue-robed man in the ethereal ball of light had a powerful faux god realm that pierced through the limitless ocean, causing the world to change. At the same time, for Death Guard surrounded a tall king covered in flames over the spiritual domain ocean. The heaven-earth Yuan Qi nearby was filled with an aura of death, and everything became silent.